Hello guys and gals, and welcome! So, I was looking at my videos. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I am so close to finishing a lot of these classes, and I'm really close to finishing the Sorceress, specifically. The only class that's actually kind of really far away from being finished is actually the Assassin. I pretty much haven't done any of her trap tree whatsoever, with the exception of Blade Fury. And Blade Fury needs to be redone, sadly enough, so I need to actually go back and redo the Blade Fury video because things have changed. But, you know, I figured let's see if we can knock out the Sorceress. I actually don't have that many videos left for the Sorceress. So I've actually already done the entire cold tree, so don't have to worry about any of that. I've done the majority of the lightning tree. The only things that I haven't done on the lightning tree are Nova, Thunderstorm, and I think, did I check Lightning Mastery? I can't remember if I checked Lightning Mastery. Let me double check. I'm gonna pull up my Doojanks. Sorceratio. It would be nice to get all these finished before Diablo 4 launches. It'll be a little bit of a crunch, but I think it'll be worth it because having all these videos up is definitely helpful for anybody who wants to get into Diablo 2. And believe it or not, when a new game like this launches, people will hop into the Diablo games, the other Diablo games as well. They'll be like, man, I freaking loved this game. It was absolutely amazing. I'm getting a little bored with it, but let me go see what the other games are. And then they'll start hopping into the other games. And so it'll be nice to have these up. So it doesn't look like I did Lightning Mastery either. Lightning Mastery. Alright, so I got Lightning Mastery on the list now too. I got a little list here just to make sure that I'm getting all of them done. When I tried to finish up the unique item series, there were unique items that I was missing, and I had to go back and be like, I was like, I'm done, and then I was like, oh, wait, no, I'm not done. I'm like, I'm done, and we're like, no, wait, I'm not done. Oh, wait, I'm done. Yes, I'm done this time for real. I'll be like, oh wait, no, one more. All right, now I'm done. Yes, haha. And then somebody would comment on one of my videos, and they'd be like, Ginger-san, sir, you forgot to do this video. And I'm like, God dang it. So Kubis is with his mama right now, which means that we can have the Chinchilla out. Let me go grab a Chinchilla. A Chonk-chula. I thought Rodimus made a great leader of the Autobots. I just think that killing off Optimus wasn't the right idea. That was not the right plan. Hello, sir. Visible boy. They're starting to look so similar, I can't tell the difference between them. Which one is this? This is Dusty. I think this is Dusty Bones. He still looks like a little baby, and he's real chunky. He's got a big fat belly. They killed off Optimus for no reason other than they wanted to sell new toys, which was probably the stupidest thing in the world to do. I don't even understand why they thought that was ever a good idea. They're like, oh yeah, let's just kill off the one character that everybody loves the most. Because reasons. Reasons. Alright, so let's start with... starting with Nova. That's definitely a spicy one, isn't it? Do I have a more of a lightning-centered character that I can start the Nova one with? We did Optimus Prime die. So when the movie happened, the 1984 movie, or I think it was 1984 anyway. I can't even remember when that movie came out. Basically, the movie revolved around the final showdown between Megatron and Optimus. And Optimus finally decides that he is going to end it once and for all. He's going to end it. And this is Nimoy. This is not Dusty. He's going to end it once and for all, and he expends all his energy resources to fight Megatron. And he has to literally go battle through like the entire Decepticon army before he gets to Megatron. So his energy reserves are pretty depleted by the time he gets there. He still manages to defeat Megatron. But Hot Rod at the last second gets in the way like an idiot and ends up getting Megatron, or giving Megatron an advantage, which ends up getting Optimus killed. And despite Optimus dying, he still manages to kill Megatron, and Megatron is basically like scrap metal, so to speak. Like he's not even worth talking about at that point. And he gets abandoned by the Decepticons. The Decepticons literally just throw him into outer space. And they're just like, yeah, whatever, Megatron, you're failure carb. And that's when Unicron steps in, turns Megatron into Galvatron. Optimus dies, passes the leadership to Rodimus, blah blah blah. But the only reason they killed off Optimus was because they wanted to make a new toy line. They killed off Megatron at the same time so they could make a new, Galvatron toy. And they killed off tons of Transformers in that movie for no other reason other than that they wanted to make new toys. And my thinking on it is they didn't really need to kill off anybody. I don't understand why they needed to kill off all the toys. They could have just just made new toys. Like, why did they have to kill off the existing toys to make new toys? Like maybe Rodimus just rises up anyway, and then Optimus is there alongside him and they work together. That would have been a hell of a lot cooler than Optimus getting killed. So then what happened was after the movie, they basically made a whole bunch of little kids cry. Like, there's really no other way to put it. They literally just made a whole bunch of kids cry. And they did it in such a way that was pretty bad, and all of the moms and stuff from fucking Chinchilla fur all over my face. All of the moms from that generation wrote angry letters to Hasbro, basically telling them that they were horrible human beings for killing off their child's favorite hero, and and so they brought Optimus Prime back through a series of episodes on TV. It took a couple episodes here and there, the Quintessons basically resurrected Optimus Prime's dead body, and he's Optimus Prime zombie, and it was pretty bad. If you've never seen Optimus Prime zombie, Optimus Zombie was basically one of the episodes where they were trying to bring him back, and this is him right here. He's it's called the Dark Awakening, and he's got one eye missing, his arm is gone, half of his face is all torn up. This is the episode where they decided to bring back Optimus in, and he's literally just a zombie Optimus. So I got the Chinchilla that wants to jump off all the time. This is the Chinchilla that for some reason has gotten it into his head that he can jump to the floor and run away, apparently. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. I think his brain's broken. Why you got so many fluff tufts sticking out of your butt? So there's this weird thing with chinchillas where they get this I don't know, I think he might be chewing on his fur or something, but like, basically these little tufts that stick out. And they're obviously, like, shedding, but it's not actually coming out. This is the fluff tufts that I call fluff tufts, and they're all over the place. You know, it's funny, with most animals when they shed, the fur just simply falls to the ground. Not chinchilla fur. It's so light and fluffy that it's like feathers, and it literally starts floating around the room like freaking dust. I don't know if I actually have a lightning sorceress. A lot of my sorceresses are like fire sorceresses, testing out random things. Not a whole lot of lightning sorcs. I really would like to have a lightning sorc specifically for this test, but no, try wizard cup will work. I forgot about her. She's a sorceress designed around basically just everything, although she seems to be missing all of her equipment, so I guess that's not going to work either. She ain't got nothing. Good lord, I stripped her to the bone. She got an iron jangbong with a Zod in it. And a Guardian Angel Templar coat. Mr. Nimoy, what's the matter, buddy? Mr. Chonk-Chula? You're getting to be a chonky boy, too. Both of you are chonky. That's right. I said you was chonky. That's right, chonky boy. What you gonna do about a chonky butt? That's right. I didn't think so. Alright, so let's play around with these lightning abilities. We could always start with lightning mastery first, which is a pretty easy one. And then we'll go into some other stuff. But let's start with lightning mastery. It's a little bit more of a fun one, easier to do. Definitely one that's going to be kind of powerful. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Now that we've finally finished the Druid and the Paladin, and believe it or not, we've also finished the Barbarian, the Amazon, and the Necromancer, there's really only two classes left, and that's the Sorceress and the Assassin. Now, the Sorceress is the closest to being completed, so I decided to start with this one first. And we've actually already done all of the cold spells, including quite a few of the lightning spells. The only thing we haven't really done is the fire tree. We kind of ignored the fire tree entirely, so we're going to be doing a lot of that soon. But we're going to finish up the few lightning spells that are on the list that we haven't done. What haven't we done? Well, we haven't done Nova, we haven't done Thunderstorm, and we haven't done Lightning Mastery. Those are the three in the lightning tree that we have not covered. And what we're going to do today is we're going to cover Lightning Mastery, since it covers pretty much the entire tree. This is a pretty easy one, but it's also one that sometimes people don't quite understand as well as they probably should. And it usually involves things like facets, but we'll go over that. So basically, how does the Lightning Mastery skill work, and why is it so powerful within the tree? Well, without Lightning Mastery, most of these skills are actually pretty garbage. If I were to reset my character here real quick, and just throw in some points so that she can actually wear her equipment, what you'll notice is that if I beef up a skill, like for instance Lightning, which is one of the more powerful skills in the Lightning tree, I can throw in all the synergies for Lightning, so max out Charged Vault, max out Nova, and max out Chain Lightning, and of course max out the skill itself. But you'll notice that I'm only doing about 1 to 3,410, which isn't really like the highest amount of damage. It's an average damage of about 1,500 per shot, which is really not going to be enough in Hell difficulty for killing most monsters. I mean, it'll kill something eventually if you use it enough times. But it's not going to dish out the kind of damage that people are used to with Lightning, even with full synergies. The reason for this is that all lightning skills and all fire skills, even with fire mastery, rely on the enhanced damage that comes from the lightning and fire mastery skills. Now, the cold tree doesn't rely on this because the cold mastery works completely differently. It actually reduces the monster's resistance instead of increasing the damage. So the damage of the cold skills is pretty set in stone. Whereas the lightning mastery is kind of like, if you don't have it, you're going to do really bad with this particular character. Now, what does lightning mastery do? Well, it just enhances lightning damage. But not just spell lightning damage, it enhances all lightning damage of every type that the Sorceress uses. It's also important to note that the lightning mastery and the fire mastery skills only affect you. A lot of people get confused with this, especially with fire mastery, because they'll look at their massive enchant damage and they're like, yes, I can put 8,000 enchant damage on you. No, you can't. Because when you cast enchant on another person, they don't have fire mastery. And since they don't have fire mastery, they don't get the bonus. So it's important to note that lightning mastery only affects you, and it doesn't affect anyone else, not even in buff form. It's still a very nice skill, though. And what this means is that whether you cast a spell, whether you hit somebody with a melee attack, whether you have a charm in your inventory, which gives you plus to lightning damage, or you have an item on that gives you plus to lightning damage, like Stone of Jordan, lightning mastery will affect lightning damage in all forms on this particular character. So anything that you do, doesn't matter what it is, even if it's just like a proc effect that comes from an item, like if you're using Crescent Moon or something and it shoots out a chain lightning. Any effect that the lightning sorceress has, or the sorceress in general has, will be affected by masteries. And this includes, of course, cold mastery as well. Now, as a lightning sorceress, you're obviously going to be building up your lightning mastery ability. And as you can see, I just dumped 20 points into it, and my little 3,000 damage lightning just turned into 17,393, which is a pretty huge bump in damage, because it's 410% increase to that lightning damage. Also, even something like my Stone of Jordan ring has been enhanced. As you can clearly see here, I have 1 to 12 lightning damage on this, and I currently have 47 to 115. The 1 to 12 lightning damage has now become, what is it, like 60 lightning damage, which is pretty crazy, right? This is the basis for a large number of builds within the game. Dream sorceresses that utilize the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield are utilizing Lightning Mastery's amazing ability to enhance lightning damage. Zeal sorceresses and all sorts of other things that might involve melee attacking characters are going to be utilizing this to enhance their damage, their on-hit damage as well. Chain Lightning, Lightning, and Nova. Static Field does not get affected by Lightning Mastery because it doesn't actually dish out damage so much as it causes percentage-based reduction. Charge Bolt, of course, even Thunderstorm is going to give you a pretty nice buff with Lightning Mastery. And Mr. Nimoy wants to go in my shirt, apparently. The important thing to remember about Lightning Mastery, though, is that it's exactly the same as Lightning Skill damage. So if you've ever used any item within the game that has skill damage on it, like, for instance, I'm trying to think of one off right off the top of my head if I got one laying around. I've got tons of various characters all over the place. Let's check my GGM Hydra. And, of course, we don't have any skill damage on him either. But basically, anything like Ashudas, which gives lightning skill damage, Fire Facets, which give lightning skill damage. You can also talk about Fire Facets. Any plus skill damage from basically any type of item is going to be counted into this because it counts as mastery as well. Now, what does this mean in terms of damage for the sorceress? Well, it means that fire facets and fire facets and lightning facets just don't really do very much. Fire skill damage and lightning skill damage actually doesn't do very much on the Sorceress. And the reason is because, well, let's say, for instance, you are utilizing a cold spell. You've beefed up your cold spell to its maximum, right? So you've got, I don't know. Let's go ahead and just beef up Frozen Orb real quick, because it's super easy. Or we can, you know what, let's do Blizzard. Blizzard sounds good. So let's go down to Blizzard. We're going to beef up Blizzard. We're going to max that out. We're going to max out Glacial Spike. We're going to max out Ice Blast. And we're going to max out Ice Bolt. Alright. Blizzard has a damage output of 4,452. Alright. So if I have a cold facet, or if I have plus skill damage, Blizzard is going to get a huge bump in damage from this. And the reason why it works this way is because if you take the base damage of the skill, which is 4,452, and you add in the 20% from, say, like a Death's Fathom, you get a very nice 890 damage bump to your ability, which goes from 4,452 to 5,342, which is really nice increase. The problem is that Lightning and Fire Mastery are basically the same exact thing as skill damage, and they don't stack. So let's use another example, and this time we're going to use a Lightning example. So if I beef up Lightning to its absolute maximum here, which requires me to put 20 points into Nova, 20 points into Charge Bolt, 20 points into Lightning, and 20 points into Chain Lightning. Alright, this gives me a base damage of 1 to 2,992, right? So we find the average damage for this because the damage is so ridiculously, you know, variable. So we're going to add the numbers together. We're going to go 1 plus 2,992, and this gives us a total of 2,993. Divided by 2, which is going to give us our our average, which is 1,496. All right, this is our base damage before Lightning Mastery affects it. Because of the way that Lightning skill damage works, it does not affect the total damage; it affects the base damage, which is completely different than the way that Cold Mastery works, because this damage is not the number that you're going to see at the end of the game. In fact, once we put our points into Lightning Mastery, you'll notice that our Lightning skill damage goes up to 14,544. However, we're not getting 20% increase to 14,544. We're getting a 20% increase to the 2,993 number, which is an average of 1,496. So we take our 20% skill damage and we add it here. Which is going to give us 300 additional damage, which is going to bring us up to an average damage of 1,795.8. However, we take this number, this 299.3, and we add it to this number. So our damage right now is 4 to 14,000, so 4 plus 14,000, 554, right? Equals divided by 2, which is an average damage of 7,274. So the 20% skill damage is going to give us 299 additional damage, so plus 299. Which means we go from 7,274 to 7,573. Not much of a bump, especially when you consider what it would be otherwise, which is if it added to the 14,554, it would be a huge amount of damage. And, you know, if we were to just run that real quick, so let's say 14,554 plus 20% is going to be 2,908 increased damage, right? But that's not how it works. It's really just a mediocre 300, which makes lightning and fire skill damage on the lightning and fire sorceresses actually really bad. In fact, it's so bad that Ashuda's ends up being a subpar item in just about every category that it can possibly go into. Because Ashuda's, it has lightning and fire skill damage on it. Crescent Moon will beat it out for damage on the lightning sorceress. You can get better survivability by using something like an Oculus with a lightning facet in it. There are tons of different options out there in the freaking world that are better than Ashudas, and it comes down to this interaction with the way that Lightning and Fire Mastery work. Another way to think of the way that Lightning and Fire Mastery interact with skill damage is just simply to add the numbers. So you notice here that it says, of course I'm standing in the way. Let me move myself out of the way real quick before I forget to do this for future videos. Beep. And we're going to flip ourselves around. Beep, beep. There we go. So notice that Lightning Mastery right now says plus 386%. All right? Whenever you have lightning skill damage, just add that number to the Lightning Mastery. That's all you do. It's not a bonus. It doesn't give you anything extra. You take your 386% and you add whatever lightning skill damage you have. So if you have plus 25% lightning skill damage, maybe you're using an Ashudas and you have a facet in it, so you've got a perfect lightning facet in your Ashudas and you're running 25% lightning skill damage, then you just take your 386 right here and you just add 25. And that gives you your total damage increase, which is not going to be anywhere near as much as you think it is. In this way, Lightning Mastery and Fire Mastery have very odd interactions with things that beef it up. In fact, you're more often than not, you're better with negative resistance. Negative resistance is going to get you a much more stark increase in damage than plus skill damage on Fire and Lightning Sorceresses. However, on the Cold Sorceress, this is important to note, plus skill damage is actually extremely powerful on the Cold Sorceress. So if you have things like Death's Fathom, Cold Facets with plus 5 skill damage, and any other kind of skill damage that you can get, because there is no Lightning Mastery the same way that there is a Cold Mastery, since Cold Mastery does negative resistance instead, Cold skill damage actually is amazing on the Cold Sorceress. So don't overlook it at all, because it does massive increases by comparison to Lightning and Fire skill damage. There's really not much more to talk about with Lightning Mastery. It's one of those skills that you definitely want to max out. If you are building any lightning damage ability, if you're going to build Chain Lightning, if you're going to build Lightning, if you're going to build Charged Bolt, if you're building Nova, even if you're building Thunderstorm, or you're making a Dream Sorceress, or you just found like 7,000 lightning's little small charms, and you want to run like the most crazy melee lightning sorceress that ever existed. If you want to enhance your lightning damage on this character, Lightning Mastery is one of the strongest ways to do so. It will enhance all forms of lightning damage that the sorceress has, and it will make them hit like a freaking Mack truck. As you can clearly see from the stark contrast between Lightning before Lightning Mastery, only hitting for like, what was it, like 1,500 average, to hitting for nearly 8,000 average with a 14,544 like cap out. Lightning Mastery is ridiculous. It's also the highest percentage of the lot, so if you actually take a look at the skills, Lightning Mastery actually does more than Fire Mastery. So Fire Mastery capped out at level 37 is 282%, whereas Lightning Mastery here with only level 29, which is much lower than Fire Mastery, is still at 386%, which is already above Fire Mastery. So in terms of the increase in damage, Lightning Mastery definitely does give a larger increase than Fire Mastery does. But it is important to note that Lightning skills tend to have a much more terrible average damage, which means that while, yes, you can potentially hit for, say, 14,554, you can also potentially hit for 4. And this makes up for it a little bit, because a lot of the times when you're utilizing your lightning skills, things just really don't go the way that you would like them to. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I'm fighting with Mr. NiNi. And as always, keep watching. Alright, lightning mastery out of the way. Let's go for... Doing it. Doing it. Doing it. Doing it. Lord, he's got so much, he's shedding so much fur on me right now. Good Lord, the amount of shedding. I need to give him like a super pet here. Hold on. Super pet, let's go. Super pet, super pet, super pet, super pet, super pet, super pet. Gotta get a super pet. So much fur floating around. God, get off my nose. Good Lord. Why are you so shitty? He gets like 8 million pounds of fur coming off of you, little boy. That's right, be grumpy. I gave you super pets. The fur is so light, it just floats through the air, and then it sticks to my beard and stuff, and like my nose, and you guys can't see it because it's very fine and it's very soft, but it's also very tickly. I don't like it. Cody's with his mama today. He's with his mammo. Alright. Next video, let's do Thunderstorm next, because I'm working my way up to Nova. Nova's a big one, and I don't want to waste. I don't want to. We'll get to it. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be covering one of the second to last lightning skills on the lightning tree for the Sorceress, which is Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is an oddity. It used to be really powerful. I remember back in the day, PvP Sorceresses would just stack up Lightning Storm. I remember this. They would just beef up Lightning Storm to its maximum. And they would cast it, and then they would sit outside of town, and they would just let it hit you. And you couldn't even walk outside of town, because as soon as you walked outside of town, as soon as you literally stepped foot out the door, I remember it would just murder you. And there was like nothing you could do about it. Now, it's come a long way since then, because Thunderstorm has definitely lost a lot of its luster. It is an ability that you can't really control, which is another kind of a downside to it. And unfortunately, it doesn't really dish out anywhere near the level of damage it used to back in the past. It does have some pretty good output, though, if you're utilizing other skills that synergize with it. So if you were a Nova Sorceress, for instance, and you beefed up Nova, you're probably also going to beef up the synergy for Nova, which is Static Field. Static Field is the synergy for Thunderstorm. So utilizing the synergy for Thunderstorm and utilizing Lightning Mastery, we can get Thunderstorm up to a pretty decent level. Like, it's not like terrible or anything. At this point, at level 31, with a little bit of plus to skills, we're looking at about 3 to 5k damage per strike. And it's a defensive ability, so it functions very much like any other defensive ability. You cast it, it goes underneath your feet, and that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously, you would add it into your repertoire, so if you had things like Frozen Armor, you would recast your Frozen Armor. If you were utilizing Energy Shield, you know, you would cast your Energy Shield. It would basically just be part of your pre-buff routine. Now, Thunderstorm does have a radius, so as you level it up, I believe the radius actually does increase, and it will basically hit anything within that radius when they come close to you. It does have kind of a rather long attack cycle, though. As you can see here, like, it doesn't just attack really, really fast. It's just 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 1 1,000. to 1,000. So it's about like once every 2 seconds it will come down and strike a single target. Now, the damage output on it isn't really that amazing, and to be perfectly honest, it does have some issues in the fact that it's basically just single target. However, it is just free damage. If you think about it more along the lines of this is just something that I can cast and not have to worry about at any point, then it's not as bad as it seems. This is, I believe, Player's 8, by the way, which is maybe giving you guys a false impression of its damage. Let's go play with this in an area that's not Player's 8. So we got to change zones real quick. This character is not set up. I didn't even put any points in her vitality, which I probably should do when I'm testing stuff. Let's give her some vitality so she actually has some HP. But let's go to... trying to think of a place with not a lot of lightning immunes. Frigid Highlands sounds good. Let's go to Frigid Highlands. And of course we have Death Maulers right off the bat. Now, I think the most important thing to remember here with Thunderstorm is that you wouldn't be running around in circles like an idiot like I am. You would be actively dishing out targets. You would be using Static Field, you would be using Nova, you would be using things like this that would augment the damage. And in this way, you would get... Oculus just got me killed. That is an example of Oculus getting you killed, by the way. If you guys have never seen Oculus getting you killed... So in that situation, I was perfectly safe, and I was running away from the targets, and Oculus teleported me back into the targets, which caused me to die. This is one of the reasons why people don't like to use Oculus, by the way, because Oculus will teleport you into groups of monsters as opposed to saving your life. Now, it will save your life on occasion, don't get me wrong. There are also situations where you will be surrounded by monsters, and Oculus will actually save your life. But there's also going to be a lot of situations where it will also get you killed, too. So it's a double-edged sword. Oculus also has the ability to teleport you out of Duriel's tomb, by the way. Here, let's go somewhere more baby-like. Let's go to Cold Plains. Let's go to the baby Cold Plains. And of course, the first thing we run across is lightning immunes. I literally came here because Cold Plains is filled with fire immunes, but first thing I see is a lightning immune. Lightning immune. So as you can see here, in Player's 1 Hell difficulty, it can pretty much one-shot Carvers, which isn't terrible. But in Player's 8, things do get a little bit more spicy. So it's a little bit more difficult to dish out the damage in Player's 8. I personally don't really see the hate on this particular skill, because if you are any kind of build that can get good use out of this, it doesn't hurt to have this up. I mean, that would be like me saying, well, I don't want to use Frozen Armor because Frozen Armor doesn't do very much damage. And I'm like, well, it's really just a cast it and forget it. Like, you don't think about Frozen Armor. Like, Frozen Armor is just a standard spell that you have on every single Sorceress. You're not going to do without this spell. So you just cast it and you forget it. You know, like Ronco Rotisserie Grills, set it and forget it. And that's really what Thunderstorm is. It's a set it and forget it spell. You cast it, you forget that it's there. Like, you don't have to worry about the damage that it's dishing out. You don't have to even pay attention to the damage that it's dishing out. You just do your thing. You just cast your Novas. You cast your Static Fields. You just do the things that you normally do, and you let Thunderstorm do its thing, because you don't have any control over it anyway. The only real downside to Thunderstorm is spending points in it. A lot of this tree, specifically the lightning tree, tends to be very point heavy. And I've noticed this in the past, is that, like, let's say, for instance, you're a lightning sorceress. Well, we've got 3 synergies here, so that's 80 points total if you want to build up the entire synergy for lightning. Charge Bolt is a little bit less, which isn't too bad. But Chain Lightning is just as bad as Lightning at a huge number of synergies. And so by the time you're done, you don't really have 20 points to spend sometimes on stuff like this. There is the exception of the Nova Sorceress, which only has one synergy, which is Static Field. So if you build Nova, which is 20 points, and you build Static Field, which is 20 points, it's very easy to throw another 20 points into Thunderstorm, which only equals 60 points spent total. And then Lightning Mastery, of course, complicates things further because you always have to put 20 points into Lightning Mastery, no matter what lightning skills you use. And that's kind of like the really stupid thing about these skills, these extra add-on skills, is that a lot of times you just don't really have the extra points to spend on these add-on skills. And I think that's where Thunderstorm ends up most of the time, is people just really can't afford to spend the extra 20 points into Thunderstorm for what is basically just add-on damage. Now, it could be interesting if they changed Thunderstorm a little bit, and I'm actually kind of curious about this, because if they did change Thunderstorm, say, by adding some sort of utility to it, I could probably see players maybe more interested in it. Like, for instance, let's say they added, like, a small micro stun on Thunderstorm, so every time it hits a target, the targets are maybe stunned for, like, 0.2 seconds or something. I could see, you know, players grabbing it more then. Maybe the stun duration increases with level, which would encourage players to actually put more points into it. There are a bunch of different ways that they could potentially make Thunderstorm more attractive. Like maybe even perhaps making it so that while Thunderstorm is active, all lightning skill damage gets an increase in its damage output. So like, say, for instance, you had, like, level 20 Thunderstorm. Maybe you'd get, like, a 50% lightning skill damage increase as long as Thunderstorm is active. I mean, there's a couple ways that they could make it a more attractive skill. But as it is right now, it's basically just free damage that you can cast at any point. Now, what do I mean by free damage? Well, free damage is something that you can just put on your character and not worry about. You could, for instance, have a off-swap weapon, like, for instance, a memory staff. If you happen to find a +3 energy shield memory staff that also happens to have +1 Thunderstorm, then +1 Thunderstorm will give you the ability to pre-buff with Thunderstorm. You just cast it and forget it. Unfortunately, the duration of rather low-level Thunderstorm isn't the most amazing. Let me see if I can respec here. So as you can see, with 1 point in Thunderstorm, we're looking at 288 seconds. And if I were to, let me go ahead and throw some points in Strength here. I'm looking at +9 at this point. And I could switch back to the Aki for +12. We're looking at 408 seconds, which if we compare that to Frozen Armor, Frozen Armor lasts for 276 seconds with 1 point. So I guess, honestly, yeah, it's not absolutely terrible with 1 point in it, but it doesn't do very good damage. It's 118 to 224 damage with only 1 point. It's not really going to be very good without the synergies and, like, maxing it out. Like, for instance, if I was a Nova Sorceress and I had max Nova, then we'd be talking about, like, 504 extra damage per strike. But it really doesn't do good damage until you max it out. Like, you really have to max out all of them, and I didn't, you know what, hold on. Let's redo that, because I didn't do the Lightning Mastery like an idiot. So we're looking at about 988 with no synergy. And if we did have the synergy, we're looking at about 2K, 2.2K, which isn't, like, too awful. And this isn't even with a maxed out Sorceress. So if you were running, like, maximum lightning skillers, if you had you know, plus lightning mastery, like as many plus to skills in the lightning tree as you could possibly get, you could probably get some pretty decent damage out of Thunderstorm with a 1 point wonder and the static field synergy. The static field synergy, I think, is the key here, because that's how you get most of the extra damage from the ability anyway. Which means that Nova Sorceresses, in my opinion, should probably 1 point wonder Thunderstorm basically no matter what. There doesn't seem to be any reason to avoid it, except for the fact that it requires, what is that, 4 skill points to reach? So 1, 2, 3, 4 skill points. Which is it's a little much. 4 skill points to get down to that is a little much. But most Nova Sorceresses are going to build Energy Shield, which means that you're going to build down to Chain Lightning anyway to get access to Energy Shield. So there shouldn't really be much of an issue. I don't think there's much more to go over when it comes to Thunderstorm. Used to be an amazing ability, now it's a subpar ability that most people avoid. But honestly, I can't really see why most people avoid it. Like, I feel like it's just one of those skills that you add into your rotation. Like, if I was a sorceress and I had, say, you know, Energy Shield, I've got my Frozen Armor, you know, maybe even I'm running, like, Enchant or whatever, and I've got my little pre-buff cycle, and so, you know, like, you go through your tree and you've got, like, F1, F2, F3, and then F4. It's literally just a matter of switch to your swap weapon, F1, F2, F3, F4.
Not here.
Like, that's literally all you do. You run out F1, F2, F3, F4, and then you're done. And then you just do everything that you would normally do anyway. Like, there's really no difference between adding in Thunderstorm into your pre-buff and not having it in your pre-buff. Like, it's just a pre-buff item. And if you're going down that side of the tree anyway, you're going to have 1 point in it. If you're a Lightning Sorceress, you're already going to have Lightning Mastery. If you are a Nova Sorceress, you're already going to build the Synergy for Static Field. And more often than not, you have enough plus to skills to make it do a pretty decent amount of damage. In this particular situation, I am dishing out with 1 point in the actual skill and maxed out Mastery. I am dishing out a total of 2,570 damage per strike, which isn't terrible. It's not awful. With a 408 second duration, it's going to last longer than Frozen Armor does with the same 1 point wonder. So you're going to be recasting all of your abilities when you recast Frozen Armor, which means that Thunderstorm will never run out, because Thunderstorm is going to be recast at the same time that you recast Frozen Armor every single time you do your pre-buff cycle. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Mr. Nimoy is being bad. He won't stop moving. He won't stop running. He won't stop trying to, like, hop on my keyboard. It's not that he's, like, I don't want him to just, like, have fun and play, but all he wants to do is hop on my keyboard and chew on my wires. I don't know when he became such a bad little rotten little turd, but he is. We're gonna swap out to Dusty Buns. Good Lord, all this fur. All this fur. You only been with me for, like, what, like 30 minutes? And my whole freaking shirt is just covered in Chinchilla fur. My face, too, if I'm being honest. I'll be right back. We're going to swap out to Chinchilla, and then we're going to go to, we're going to do the Nova video. You saw a booty swinging. Why are you watching my booty swing? Don't look at my booty. Don't y'all be looking at my booty now. He's shedding so bad. I need to get like a de-shedding comb for Chinchillas. A dusty butt. You mean this butt right here? This butt? You mean a Chinchilla butt? You've only had Diablo 2 Resurrected for a month, Chemical? Well, you used to have plenty of fun stuff to explore in Diablo 2. Honestly, I envy you because that means that when you finally do get bored of Diablo 4, which will probably happen, by the way, you'll always have Diablo 2 to come back to. And you can have some fun. What's up, Jasmine? How's it going? Alright, let's get this Nova video done and we'll talk about it and then we'll move on with our date. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. I got Mr. Dusty Chonky Boy here. Will you figure out your life? Figure out your whole life. You can't lay behind me. I'm gonna squish you. That's not how it works, sir. You gotta find the good spot. Don't find the silly spot. Today we're gonna be talking about one of the last Lightning Sorceress abilities, which is Nova. So Nova is an interesting one. It's also a very difficult one to build. I would caution most players against trying to do a Nova build like without good knowledge of the game, because Nova is not very forgiving. First off, Nova doesn't really do very good damage. Alright, even when maxed out, even when it's in its most optimal state, Nova's damage output is subpar in comparison to most other abilities when it comes to single target damage. Nova is a ability that hits everything around you in a circle, and because of this, the damage output has to be kind of moderately lower than other abilities. To give you an example, I'm going to go ahead and max out the synergies and the damage output for Nova, and then I'm also going to max out the damage output and synergies for something like Lightning. Now, of course, I can't really do all of them. Let me reset the character here real quick so I can try and get all of this. But I'm probably not going to be able to do all of it. Let me pick something that doesn't have as many synergies. So Charge Bolt doesn't have as many synergies. Let's use that one. Alright, so maxing out Lightning Mastery is mandatory for both of them. We're going to max out Charge Bolt, and then we're going to max out Lightning. Alright, so we have maxed out Charge Bolts. And Charge Bolt does a damage output of 342 to 364 damage with 24 bolts. So to give you an idea of how much damage that actually does, we have to multiply it out. So we got to take our 342 plus our 364, and then we have to divide by 2, which is going to give us an average damage of 352 times 24 bolts, which can all hit the target at the same time, which is a total damage output of 8,472 damage per cast, which is pretty ridiculous. It's a very nice damage output skill. It's what's called a shotgun skill. And of course, this can go a lot higher than this. But for the sake of today's video, we're just going to be looking at them at the identical level, which is level 31 and level 31. All right, Nova, on the other hand, does a single target damage output of 2,356. Plus 3,162 divided by 2, which is an average damage of 2,759. As you can see, Charge Bolts wins in single target damage by far. It is way better for doing single target attacks. The thing is that Nova's not about single target damage. Nova is about multi-target damage. It's about hitting everything on the screen for a small amount of damage instead of hitting one thing on the screen for a huge amount of damage. All right, this means that the Nova Sorceress is a sorceress that excels at farming large groups of monsters, not single monsters. To give you a more succinct example, let's say it takes you 10 seconds on a Nova Sorceress to kill a single monster. Well, then it takes you 10 seconds to kill 5 monsters, and it will take you 10 seconds to kill 10 monsters, and it will take you 10 seconds to kill 20 monsters. It doesn't matter how many monsters are on the screen because you're hitting everything at the same time. And this is the important thing about Nova. It's not a single target damage ability. It is a AoE damage ability, which means that most of the time when you are fighting single target monsters like Uber Diablo, Pandemonium Diablo, Uber Mephisto, Uber Bale, Bale himself, Uber Duriel, Lilith, Uber Iswal, targets that tend to have very tanky HP that are not, of course, large groups of monsters. This is where the character kind of doesn't excel. You're going to have trouble here. And God, I hate Dark Lancers, man. The Dark Lancers are always so mean. I'm not even set up properly. I don't even have any points in vitality. They'd be all stab me in the face. I don't like it. Now, if you take your Nova Sorceress out and you actually go to use her, one thing you're going to notice is that you're going to burn through mana like ridiculously fast. It doesn't take very long before you realize that literally all the mana in your bar is going to be gone just insanely fast in literally just seconds. Now, why is that specifically? Well, it has to do with the fact that Nova has an increasing mana cost, and it also starts at a really high level already. And this is something that we need to talk about. So even at level 1, the mana cost for Nova is 13. Most sorceresses at level freaking 12, when they finally get this ability, are not going to be able to cast Nova more than a couple times with a mana cost of 13 per cast. And as you level it up, it just continually increases in mana cost to the point of absurdity. And in fact, once you max it out, which I'm not even maxed out, by the way, but once I have it maxed out on this character at level 31, we're talking about a 43 mana cost per cast, which is just dumb stupid. You need a relatively large amount of mana to be able to support Nova as a skill. And to make matters even worse, the best way to use Nova is to get a large amount of faster cast. Usually between, I believe it's between the 105 breakpoints and the 200 breakpoint, I believe is where most Nova Sorceresses end up. Let me double check here because I don't want to give out wrong information. But the Sorceresses breakpoints are 142 for... No, that's FHR. Yes. Well, 78 for the 13 frame. That's lightning, chain lightning, so that's wrong. 105. Yes, I did remember correctly. So 105 is the 8 frame, and 200% is the 7 frame. So the high mana cost of this is further complicated by the fact that one of the main ways that you can increase the damage output of this ability is to cast it faster, which means that you're burning more mana. And it just gets ridiculous. We're talking about a mana cost consumption rate of, at 8 frames, let's do 8 frames, not the 7 frame, which is even worse, by the way. But let's go ahead and run this mana cost consumption calculation. So if we have currently we have a mana cost of 43 per cast, right? We can cast once every 8 frames. It's 25 frames per second, right? So we divide 25 by 8, and we get 3.125 per second. So if we cast Nova at our maximum frame rate casting speed, which of 105, we are looking at 43 times 3.125. So we can just multiply that, which means that we have an average consumption of 134.3 per second, which is kind of insane when you think about it. We're burning literally 134 mana per second when we cast Nova. Now, it gets even worse when you have 7 frame, so if you take your 25 and you divide that by 7 frame, that is 3.57, which multiplied by 43 gets you 153.5 mana per second, which means that this build has to be supported by some pretty hefty mana regeneration abilities. First off, I would definitely recommend Warmth, at least 1 point in Warmth, if not more, but it gets even spicier than that because Warmth by itself isn't enough either. So the way that mana regeneration works is that the more mana you have, the faster it regens. Regeneration on its own is actually kind of useless if you don't actually have a good mana pool to regen from. If you're going to do a Nova Sorceress, I would probably recommend at least about 1,000 mana or higher in your mana pool so that you're regenerating quickly enough to compensate for the ridiculous amount of mana that you're burning per second every single time you cast Nova. Another very interesting way to build Nova Sorceresses is to build an Energy Shield Sorceress. And the reason why you do this is because Energy Shield Sorceresses focus on having very large mana pools. And this means that you will definitely have a very large mana pool. You're going to be focusing on things like Warmth for regeneration as well. And usually when you build Energy Shield Sorceresses, you tend to have a near infinite supply of mana. And this is the reason why Nova Energy Shield Sorceresses tend to work so well together synergistically, because number one, you really kind of have to get in there to use the ability, and number two, you really need a large amount of mana, which is the same thing that you build with Energy Shield. So a common Nova build is actually building 20 static, 20 Nova, 20 Lightning Mastery, 20 Telekinesis, and then whatever you have left over goes into Energy Shield. Whether or not you're going to do the Immortal Sorceress or not that's up to you. But basically, you definitely want to max out Telekinesis first, though, because that gives you the very nice conversion rate. You can see right now it says mana consumed per damage is 200%. However, as I level up Telekinesis, you'll notice it goes down to 163, 138, 113, 94, and eventually it gets to the point where it is at a 75% damage consumed, or mana consumed per damage, which basically means that you get more out of Energy Shield than you would normally. 1 point in Energy Shield is actually pretty worthless because not only does it consume terrible amounts of mana, but it also consumes twice the amount of mana that it would otherwise. So always focus on Telekinesis first if you're going for that kind of build, and then focus on Energy Shield afterward. Nova also has the synergy with Static Field, and so it's important to talk about Static Field within this topic. So anytime that you're utilizing Nova in a difficult situation, so we're not talking about normal difficulty, like as a high-level sorceress. Like if you're going back and you're farming normal, if you're going back and you're farming nightmare, Nova's probably going to be higher damage. But when you're in hell difficulty and you're fighting monsters that have particularly high HP, it's actually higher damage output to utilize Static Field than it is to utilize Nova. Now the reason why this is because when you're running around and you're actually killing things, what you're going to notice is that Static Field does a massive amount of damage per hit, up to the point where it stops doing damage. This is because it hits everything on the screen, first off, and because it hits everything on the screen, you can literally static everything down to a very nice level, and then come in with your Nova and dish out pretty good damage to everything in return. Now, the exact number of hits is probably something that is calculated based on the monster's HP and some other variables, as well as the fact that the amount of damage that Static Field does goes down with each particular hit, because it's not based off of the individual, like the maximum HP of the monster. It's always based off of the current HP of the monster. So as the monster's HP goes down, Static Field's effect also goes down with it. Which means that usually, I can say this without a shadow of a doubt, the first cast of Static Field is always going to be more damage than Nova. But only the first one. And then depending on how much HP the monsters have, depending on what difficulty you're in, where you're running, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. The second and third cast may be more damage than Nova as well. The other important thing is that even if the damage is not higher than Nova, you'll notice a big disparity between the range of Nova versus the range of Static Field. Static Field, when it's maxed out, will literally hit the entire screen and all the monsters on it. whereas Nova is only going to hit the monsters within your immediate area. So you can always static monsters outside of the radius of the Nova, and this comes into really big damage numbers. If you're going to be a Nova Sorceress, I definitely recommend always utilizing static field. Because number one, you maxed it out as a synergy anyway, so you already have a ridiculously high level of it. You already have negative lightning resistance, you're already utilizing huge amounts of faster cast, which allows you to cast spells at ridiculous speeds. It also costs less mana than Nova as well, which is another very big thing here. So when you are a Nova Sorceress, you always want to do something like this. 1, 2, spam. That's pretty much your goal. 1, 2, spam. Those first 2 casts of Static Field are going to dish out more damage than Nova ever will. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th cast of Static Field, I mean, that can be debated. In fact, I'm sure somebody out there has probably done the calculations on it and figured out exactly the right number of Static Fields cast in like a perfect rotation for an Energy Shield, you know, Nova Sorceress. But it's not really all that serious. But any situation that you're in, being able to hit the entire screen and reducing 25% from literally everything nearby is just insanely powerful, and you shouldn't, you know, like, avoid it. It's not something that you should just completely ignore out of your rotation. Nova Sorceresses are going to utilize everything within their disposal. And speaking of utilizing everything within your, you know, realm of disposal, another ability is Thunderstorm. So as a Nova Sorceress, you're forced to build Static Field, whether you want to or not. And this also means that you have the full synergy for Thunderstorm. And you can pretty much just 1-point wonder it. So if you're building down to Energy Shield anyway, which is what most Nova Sorceresses do, it's literally just 1 point. You just throw 1 point into Thunderstorm here, and now you have an ability that does 1,358 to 2,570 damage. It's a free use ability. You just spam it. So you just go outside, you're getting ready for your, you know, you're doing your little pre-buff, and you cast your abilities. So, you know, maybe you set up your pre-buff, something like this. You've got, like, Frozen Armor, right? So you probably got Frozen Armor in the mix. Chinchilla fur everywhere. So you do, like, F1, F2, F3, and then maybe you got, like, Enchant on there, too. So you go out of town, and you just hit your pre-buff. And that's literally it. It's definitely worth 1 point for a pre-buff. I don't know if it's worth dumping points into, because the damage output doesn't go insanely high. I think it caps out around like 5 or 6k, which isn't like super duper amazing. But it is free damage that you can just 1-point wonder and cast as a Nova Sorceress. Now, other Sorceresses don't really have the same benefit because they don't always max out Static Field, and so they don't always have the right synergies, or they're not going down that side of the tree, or whatever's going on, so things are a little bit more interesting when it comes to those, you know, 1-point wondering. You can always get it on a pre-buff staff. But if you are maxing out Lightning Mastery and you are maxing out Static Field anyway, it just makes an absolutely beautiful 1-point wonder. And that's the Nova Sorceress in a nutshell. She does massive amounts of damage to large groups of monsters. She does the same amount of damage to one monster, which doesn't really feel very good at all. When you're killing like 100 monsters on the screen at the same time with Nova, you feel like a god. You feel like the most powerful like monster in all creation. But then you're doing the same amount of damage to one monster like Diablo, and you don't really feel as powerful anymore, because you realize that, well, yeah, while you do lots of damage to large groups of monsters, you don't deal as much to the single target. So it's kind of like, eh. However, Nova Sorceresses have become very popular since it's been buffed. So if you guys are unaware of this, the synergy that was added to Nova Sorceress has buffed it up a little bit. There was also a huge change in the next hit delay. So for some reason or another, the way that Nova works, Nova was an ability that had multiple next hit delay events. So when you cast your first Nova, that Nova has a next hit delay event. And then when you cast your second Nova, that Nova also had a next hit delay event. And they were basically interfering with each other. So despite the fact that 200% Nova Sorceresses were casting, ridiculously fast, they weren't really dishing out the maximum amount of damage that they possibly could. Well, with the next hit delay changes, it seems like Nova is now capable of hitting a target twice on the way out, which is increased the damage, I think, by about 33%. So even though the damage output on the screen hasn't changed, the way that the damage applies to the monster has changed, and it has increased the effectiveness of Nova by a pretty large amount. So if you played Nova Sorceress before the synergy change, and you played Nova Sorceress before the next hit delay changes, you might be surprised at the damage output that Nova Sorceress has now, because it's actually really damn good. And definitely worth a shot. But it does have a lot of problems that have to be overcome. Obviously, you have to overcome the high mana cost of the ability, and you have to overcome the fact that it doesn't really do very good single target damage, which can be an issue. It doesn't really have a very high point cost investment, though, and I think that's kind of important. It's something that we should talk about. It's really just 20 points here, 20 points here, and 20 points here, which is a total of 60 points for Nova. So if you are just building Nova and you're not focusing on anything else in any of the lightning skill or the trees, it is very easy to build this particular build as opposed to some of the others. Most notably is things like lightning, which requires 20, 40, 60, 80 to max out. And quite a few of the other abilities are like this, like Blizzard requires 20, 40, 60, 80, and 81 if you wanted to skimp, but like 100 if you didn't want to skimp. And like this is the kind of crazy stuff that goes on the Sorceress, is a lot of these things have just a ridiculously large number of synergies, which makes them very hard to build, because you don't really have a huge number of skill points, you know, to take advantage of. But Nova, on the other hand, is one of the few abilities that does have very limited skill point investment. A lot like Charge Bolt, which also has the same limited skill point investment, which is 20, 40, 60. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about Nova. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so that covers the lightning tree. And what are you doing, Mr. Dusty Buns? What the hell is that? Why you always messing with my ponytail? You got a tail, I got a tail. We both got tails. What's the matter? You jealous of my ponytail? Are you jealous? Are you jealous? You jealous of my ponytail? I know you jealous. Would you like a paper to chew? You want to chew pepper? Oh, I tell you chew it. You put a tooth mark right there. I'm going to sell authentic signed chinchilla documents where chinchillas put big old teeth marks in them. Be like, here, look, this. See, he signed it. He chewed it with his teeth. He teethed it. He teethed it. Alright, what are we doing next? We're doing fire spells, right? We've got pretty much the entire fire tree to do. I suppose we could start off with fire mastery, which is not a terrible one. I mean, fire mastery is not bad. And then we could dive into the rest of the tree. Why are you so jealous? It's just water. Jealous boy. You jealous of everything. Why are you so jealous? You won't fight about it? I think he wants to fight about it. We gonna fight, you and me. I don't care. I'll fight Chinchillas. I don't care. Something seems to be wrong with my YouTube page over here. It's like it's frozen. I'm not seeing any chat pop up. I'm gonna reload that page. See if it fixes itself. Yep, there we go. Bunch of stuff that was missing. $3.3k mana. It's nice. Yeah, that's more than enough for a lightning for a Nova Sorceress. Really a lot of that stuff about the mana cost and like the mana, you know, is really for the newer players that don't really know going into Nova. Like they literally go into Nova and they use it and it's like they cast it like 3 times and then they're out of mana and they can't cast it anymore. And then like it's pretty common actually because a lot of newer players will try and build things like Frost Nova and Nova, which have ridiculously high mana costs, and it's next to impossible to actually build those as a newer character because you have no clue what you're doing. The mana cost is ridiculously high. You don't really understand how the abilities work. Like it just does not work. Like, and I've seen it, and I've even done it myself in the past. Like, and then going through the process of realizing that it's just insanely high mana cost for no reason. It's hard to believe we haven't done a video on enchant yet. I kind of want to start with enchant because I like enchant a lot, and it's such a nice ability. But I haven't done a video on enchant yet, which is quite sad. It's quite sad indeed. Is this this is magma flow? What the hell is magma flow? Don't I have a Strider Sorceress around here somewhere? Just out of curiosity. Flaming Cheeto, yes I do. I mean, it's still not that great, yeah, but it does pretty good single target damage. What would you say if we compared D2 drop rate to D4? I don't think any new game is going to have the same drop rate as Diablo 2. Diablo 2 has a very unique drop system, and I just don't think any other of the newer games are properly copying it. Like, I hate to say it, but, like, the way that Diablo drops items is not random probability the way that a lot of people think about it. And most newer games just use random probability, like you were playing a lottery game or something, like, you know, like a video poker or something like that. But the way that Diablo does its drop rates, I don't think that any other game can really compare to the random, I don't even want to call it random, to the way that Diablo 2 proliferates its items, which is oftentimes not random. And is actually very punishing because of the way that it works, the way that it's based off of seed codes, like how you play the game. It's actually quite interesting is that, like, say I were to play Diablo 4 for, I don't know, a month, right? And I found myself one unique item in a month, right? That's probability. The game is giving me a chance at finding an item. Every single time I kill a monster, there might be like a 1 in 270,000 chance or something that the item will fall, right? And eventually I win the lottery and I get the item. But the way that Diablo 2 works is that you could play for a month and never find the item, and there was never a possibility that the item could drop because of the way that things were formulated. And it's actually kind of quite disheartening sometimes in Diablo 2 because you realize that not only did you never have a chance of finding the item, but that you may have also passed up on opportunities for the item to drop just simply because, you know, you didn't go a specific way. And that's another thing, is that 2 people can farm the same exact zone in the same exact seed code and get different items, and it has to do with how they play. So in Diablo 2, if I came from the north and went down, and you came from the south and went up, but we did the same exact thing, we went to the same exact places, believe it or not, even just the direction that you come from changes what items can potentially drop, which is kind of insane when you think about it. If in Diablo 4 that would never happen. So if I was, if I portaled in from the north and you portaled in from the south and we cleared the same zone in the same seed code, whatever, there's a probability that we're all going to get the same items, right? But in Diablo 2, that's not how it works. Like, how you play the game often has a very big role to play in what items you get, as much so as being in the correct locations and having magic find and all that. Literally just the direction that you come from. Like, when I talk about raccooning, I'm not just talking about checking every single item. Raccooning isn't just checking every single item. It also fundamentally changes the way that I play, the direction that I approach items from, because I'm constantly raccooning everything. A person who would not click on this would not have traveled in this direction. They might have traveled directly south. But I'm going to click on that item, then I might click on this one, and after a while, it fundamentally changes the direction that I would approach a chest from, or a super chest, or various other items, or what monsters I'm going to kill. And after a while, it has a huge impact on what items actually fall on the ground. It's actually kind of crazy. And Diablo 2 is nuts when it comes to this kind of stuff, because most other games do not do this. When I kill a monster in, like, Diablo 4, there's a % chance that something will fall. But when I kill a monster in Diablo 2, it goes, okay, let me take a look at the loot table. The loot table was created by the seed code. The seed code says that that item can't drop, so you're not going to get it. Yeah, you were in the right place, and yeah, this is the correct monster that you're supposed to kill, but the item wasn't on the loot table, so we're not going to drop it. And you're just like, okay. And then on top of that, the game doesn't drop items. So it doesn't drop unique items. It doesn't drop set items. It doesn't drop rare items. All it does is drop bases, which is another way that Diablo 2 changes the way that the random number generator works. And it's kind of silly. Like, you can literally... I'm completely lost my train of thought. But you can literally say, get a specific item to drop, like, a Berserker's Axe or a Sacred Armor, and then the Sacred Armor has to then roll as something else. So if you never actually see a Sacred Armor dropped, then there's no possibility that the Material's Might could ever roll, because first you have to get the base item to fall. You've never heard about the direction thing before, Corey? There's tons of videos out about it. The direction in which you approach a super chest, and there are also other things in the game, but the direction in which you approach items has a huge amount to do with what actually falls out of the chest. And it has actually been verified that if you approach a super chest from the same direction every single time in the same seed code, you can make it drop the same item every single time. It is a very interesting, and I will say this, it is a very interesting and very creative way to do random drops. But the way that Diablo 2's drops work are so unique that most other games don't even compare, because they don't drop the items the same way that Diablo 2 does. Yes, single player with an armor stand is the easiest way to test it. Using something like the same seed code, so don't change the seed code, and then approach that armor stand from different directions. And you can force different items to drop from the armor stand depending on which direction you approach the armor stand. That's the kind of thing that comes down to raccooning, is that what I'm talking about is when I raccoon, I'm changing all sorts of variables. I'm clicking on this and that and moving in different directions that I wouldn't otherwise be moving. A person that goes straight to the objective is going to have different drops than a person who raccoons. It's been proven. Why are you so curious about my water cup? It's just a water cup. You're so curious. You want to fight? All right, let's do this enchant video. He's about to fall into the crack and get squished. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today, we're going to be going over another one of the Sorceress abilities, and one of my personal favorites, and this is the Enchant ability. And what I'd like to do today is dispel a lot of myths involving Enchant, as well as go over a lot of the amazing things that Enchant can do, and talk about it as a skill. First off, obviously, it is a Sorceress skill, and it is in the Sorceress Fire Tree. Enchant is fire damage, and because it is fire damage, it does benefit from Fire Mastery. However, I also want to caution you guys about this. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that Fire Mastery affects other people. It does not affect other people. It only affects you, and that's it. Now, I know that it says that the damage output of the ability has been increased. So when you actually look at the tooltip and you see it does 2,105 to 2,493, or if you swap over to your pre-buff set, which is what I have here, says it does 4,973, it looks like it does a massive amount of damage. It does not translate to other players. So Fire Mastery is something that only affects you. And this is important to note. So when you are building an Enchant Sorceress, you are not actually going to get that fire damage on anybody else but yourself. It does still do a pretty good amount of damage, but just not as much as what we see here. In fact, if we were to respec this character real quick, I could give you an idea. And let's just go ahead and grab our stats. I do believe we need stats for the bow. Yes. So if we max out Warmth, which is the synergy for Enchant, and we max out Enchant, we have a damage output of 561 to 665, which isn't like too ridiculously good. But we can swap over to our pre-buff set, which is a pretty big buff in skills. And I actually gave this even more than what I would normally have. But we're sitting at a maximum enchant of 52. As you can see, the damage output from enchant is 987 to 1,135. When you cast enchant on another person with this ability, that is all they are getting. They are not getting the Fire Mastery portion of the enchant. And you can verify this by casting it on your mercenary and looking to see how much damage they increase by. This is the 1,135. Now we're going to go ahead and put the points into Fire Mastery, which is going to bring us up to 4,973. Notice that he already has Enchant on him. When I recast Enchant on the Mercenary, where is my Mercenary? You'll notice that it goes up. Buttons pressed. It goes up, but he doesn't actually have Fire Mastery, unfortunately. He does have Infinity, though, which is definitely going to help him out a ton. This is kind of an unfortunate thing when it comes to Enchant. Now, you will still get massive amounts of damage for yourself, though, and that is freaking amazing. Now, what can you utilize this massive amounts of damage for? Well, you can utilize it in a ton of ways. First off, when you cast it on yourself, you can utilize things like the Demon Machine at Chukonu, which allows you to spread the explosive damage into your attacks. So explosive arrows actually incorporate any fire damage that is done and multiplies it by pretty massive amounts. So if you take this particular character and you go to Frigid Highlands. Let's go to Frigid Highlands. And you fire this bow at your targets, assuming, of course, that they're not immune to fire. The enchant damage actually gets transferred to the arrow. It explodes, and it does the enchant damage again. So what does this mean? Well, this means that you get the rated damage of 4,973 plus another 4,973 on the explosion. Which equals up to some pretty insane levels of fire damage. You can also add in other things like fire damage charms, which will enhance even more. And these also get added into the explosion. And by the time you're done, you should be looking at some pretty insane levels of enchant explosion damage, which, as you can see here, even versus fire immune targets can take them out pretty effectively. This is what's known as an enchant bow sorceress, and the Demon Machine Chuko Nu is pretty much the best bow for this because it provides the 66% pierce. There is, of course, other aspects to enchant besides just the damage increase. It also supplies an absolutely amazing attack rating bonus. The attack rating bonus allows you to get huge amounts of AR, which obviously you're going to need if you're going to be shooting a bow or swinging a weapon. But casting this on your friendly players, like your mercenary, or a paladin, or barbarian, or druid, or anybody that's nearby, is going to give them a huge bump in AR, which is definitely going to be useful to them so they can actually hit the targets. Now, you can also get this by going to the Act 3 Merc now, which has been given enchant. This is actually something that they changed a little while ago, and it's actually made such a huge difference on this particular character. And why is she not running? It's really quite strange. She will not run no matter what I do. She is just... I hit the run button, and she still wants to walk. I am so confused. But if you go here, you'll see that we do have mercenaries like enchant mercs, which can give you that huge bonus to attack rating. Now, you'll notice that it says a huge amount of damage on it, 2,205 to 2,603. It's not 2,205 to 2,603. This is because I have Fire Mastery. So Fire Mastery applies to any fire damage. It doesn't matter if the spell is cast by me. It doesn't matter if the spell is cast by somebody else. The Fire Mastery effect will always enhance any fire damage that comes in. So when I'm looking at a fire damage ability like this, it's showing me the fire damage cast on me with the fire enhancement. If I were to respec my character real quick and take that Fire Mastery away, we would be looking at the actual numbers, which is 210 to 248. But keep in mind, though, is that if the mercenary casts enchant on you as a fire sorceress, you will get the Fire Mastery bonus. It does give you the Fire Mastery bonus. It doesn't care. Whatever sources the fire damage is coming from, it doesn't matter if it's another sorceress. It doesn't matter if it's a mercenary. If you have Fire Mastery, you will get the bonus because the Fire Mastery applies to you and the damage that you output. However, the attack rating bonus is still there, and that does not change depending on the Fire Mastery or the synergies. So you get the 344% attack rating from the mercenary no matter what, which is absolutely amazing. Enchant is one of those crazy abilities that just works really well on just about any character, and you can throw it on a paladin, you can throw it on frickin' necromancer's minions, you can throw it on the druid's minions, you can throw it on any mercenary pretty much, with the exception of the Act 3 mercs to get pretty good effect out of it. And enchant sorceresses just tend to be very good allies to have in a group. Now, it's a little bit difficult to enchant the entire army of a, say a necromancer, but it is what it is. Another important thing about enchant is that enchant will not overwrite lower levels of the ability. So to give you an example of this, I'm going to go ahead and beef the ability back up. And notice I currently have level 31 without my pre-buff, and with my pre-buff I'm looking at level 45. Alright, so if I cast level 45 enchant on Haseen here, Haseen already has the higher level enchant from earlier, which means I can't cast it on him at all. Now let me go ahead and throw my points in, so I can put on my pre-buff equipment, and now you'll notice that I can actually cast on Haseen, because he currently has level 52 enchant on him. You cannot override a lower level of enchant, or higher level enchant, with a lower level enchant. So if I'm currently using enchant at level 36 on my non-pre-buff setup, I cannot cast that on my mercenary whatsoever. It will just not let me do it. It does still consume the mana, though, which is a little frustrating. So despite the fact that it will not actually cast on him, it still burns the mana, which is stupid. Enchant has a lot of usefulness on the sorceress, with a huge number of builds. It's one of those abilities that you will put on any melee or ranged sorceress for the most part. If you build a bear sorceress, if you build a zeal sorceress, if you build a vengeance sorceress, if you build a bow sorceress, like a strider sorceress, it doesn't really matter. Like, all of the sorceresses that utilize this particular ability are going to be sorceresses that are actually going to attack things. And it works out really nicely. Another really good benefit of the Enchant Sorceress is also the fact that you have to build Warmth to its maximum level, which means you end up with an extremely high level of mana recovery rate, much higher than most sorceresses normally have. So you tend to have almost an infinite amount of mana to utilize, which means that you can build things like Energy Shield, Telekinesis to go along with it, of course, and you can also utilize spells that have rather high mana consumption rates. And this is just because you generally tend to have a really large amount of mana that you're kind of not using. Enchant Sorceresses tend to go with items that don't actually consume any mana. And that's one of the beautiful things about things like the Demon Machine Shukonu, is that I don't actually have to spend any mana to cast this ability. I'm dishing out nearly 40,000 damage, by the way, per attack, which is kind of insane. And why do I say 40,000 and not 20,000? Well, it's because when I fire the bow and I hit the target, I dish out 20k. But when it explodes, it does another 20k, because the explosion is separate from the actual regular attack. So I'm dishing out 2 fire damage pulses, essentially, one being the explosion and one being the on hit, which is a total of about 20,000 damage per shot for absolutely no mana cost. And as you can clearly see, I mean, this is hell difficulty, but I can pretty much just fire this into a group and everything just falls down. I feel like the old song, Ashes to Ashes, We All Fall Down, kind of applies to this particular Sorceress, because she's literally burning everything to ash with exploding arrows. Personally, I have played around with Enchant quite a bit, and I have discovered some very interesting things with Enchant, including being able to synergize things like the Demon Limb Tyrant Club. So a lot of people are kind of unaware of this one, but basically if you have points into Warmth, so like let's say for instance you're a Sorceress and you don't build Enchant. So you're not on Enchant Sorceress, but for some reason or another, you do have maximum Warmth, right? And maybe you also have maximum Fire Mastery, but you don't actually have any points in Enchant itself. You can put on an item like a Demon Machine Club, and you can actually cast the ability, the level 23 Enchant, which will get the synergy bonuses as well as the Fire Mastery bonuses when you cast it on yourself. So you'll be able to utilize level 23 Enchant on yourself with the synergies, which is pretty cool. It does not, however, allow you to increase the level of the Enchant. So it's going to be stuck at level 23, and it's not going to go any higher, which is another interesting way that you can add Enchant into a Sorceress without actually having to spend 20 points in the ability. And you still get a very nice 218% attack rating and 1,165 fire damage. Now, similarly, when you cast this on somebody else, they're not going to get the full damage effect. They will get the synergy bonus, but not the Fire Mastery bonus. And so it ends up being pretty good, though. It's not a terrible way to cast Enchant on yourself. But do be aware that Demon Limb does cost a pretty good amount of money to repair. Per Enchant charge, you're looking at, was it 10k per charge? Yeah, about 10k per charge. So it can get kind of expensive. But it does last for 672 seconds, which is not bad at all. So we have lots of different ways to get Enchant. Obviously, the Sorceress herself can cast it on you. You can get the new Act 3 Mercenary to grab Enchant. You can use a Demon Limb Club. There's also Toad's Fell Flambe, if you get your hands on that for some Enchant. I think it's only like level 5, but it's not too bad. There's also the Obedience Polearm, which has a pretty high level of Enchant on kill. And then there's also Immortal Kings, which has Enchant on striking. And then on top of that, we've got Lava Gouts, which have Enchant on striking. So, like, by the time you're done, there are a myriad of ways to add Enchant to your melee or ranged character. And I would recommend that pretty much every single character who has, you know, attack rating issues, not so much the fire damage portion, but the attack rating part. If you need attack rating, If you're a character who utilizes attack rating, enchant is just a absolutely wonderful way to add a huge amount of extra attack rating to your character, basically for free. So, you know, getting your hands on a demon limb, or getting your hands on, you know, like an obedience or something like that, or a lava gauntlets, any kind of way that you can add enchant into your build is definitely going to help you out a ton in terms of damage output. I think that's pretty much it for enchant. It's an amazing ability. It works great on a lot of characters. And if you have any questions about it, feel free to put them down in the comments. As always, thanks for watching. And keep watching. Quit chewing on my wires. God dang, you put a big old freaking hole in it. You're a little turd. You're a little turd. You are. You's a turd. 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 I'm over here trying to record a video and you're over here chomping. I need it. No. No. Go on the other side. I'll block you. You always want to come over here to chew on wires, and I'm not letting you. You can stay on that side. What's the difference between that side and this side? There's no difference. What are you doing to me? Get off my face! Sir! That is not acceptable. Just jump on my face! Oh, here's a face. Let me jump on that. Put your butt hair right in my face. That's grody. That's grody, sir. That's great.
Welcome back.
You gotta make sound effects when you do scratches. If you don't do sound effects, I don't know what's wrong with you. Every time you scratch a dog or a cat or whatever, you gotta do sound effects. You gotta go. Lets them know they're really getting good scratches. No, can't get over here. And no sitting on faces. I could have sworn I did a video on Inferno. Have I not done a video on Inferno? Maybe I just forgot to add it into the playlist. If you don't stop trying to chew on everything, I'm gonna put you back in your cage until you're gonna be bad. Don't be bad. You wanna fight? What do you wanna fight? You wanna fight? You ready? Ready? That's right. I win. You lose. I win, you lose. This is Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones, the cable chewer. The cable nommer. Oh, Dusty Bones, the cable nommer, nomming cables, yes. So Dusty Bones, the cable nommer, nom 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 nom. Gotta nom all the cables, 'cause that is what we do. We have to nom the cables, nom 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 for you.
Not in town.
This little freaking fur janks all over my nose and everything. I see you back there hiding. Don't think nobody can't see you, sir. You's not invisible. You's not invisible. No, sir. And if you would please stand correctly so I can do my do janks. You ain't learned nothing. You ain't learned nothing. You ain't learned nothing. Why ain't you learned nothing? What are you standing up for? What are you gonna do? Jump to the sky? How about this? I'm gonna go. I think he's mad at me. Stop it. Stop it to me. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Sorceress fire skills, and that is Firebolt. Firebolt is not exactly the most loved skill in the tree. It doesn't really do very good damage by comparison to something like Fireball, but it does have one advantage over Fireball, and that is really just mana consumption. So if you look at the difference between Fireball and Firebolt, Firebolt does 11,157 damage at level 45 with level 45 Fire Mastery. And if you get the synergies, which I believe I also need Meteor to max out the synergy damage. So let me grab that real quick. There we go. So we're looking at about 19k Fireball, which is pretty massive. And then we have 20k Fireball. So Firebolt and Fireball. The difference between them is actually a lot more than you would think. Despite the fact that the damage output on them seems similar, the damage output on them really isn't. Now, as you can clearly see here, Firebolt doesn't really look all that special. It's just a little tiny firebolt that comes out. Kind of reminds me of a spell from D&D. Whereas Fireball, on the other hand, is much larger, looks more intimidating, as you can clearly see here, also has an explosion, which is the important part about Fireball. So while Firebolt does do pretty significant damage per shot, the issue really lies in the fact that it only does single target damage. So it's 20,000 or fire damage per hit on Firebolt, whereas Fireball has a radial explosion, which I know it says 2.6 yards, but it's actually larger than that. And the radial explosion on Fireball actually does pretty sick damage in a radius around the target. And this is one of the reasons why Fireball tends to be the preferred use case scenario for most situations. So if I'm out here, I don't know, like in the Canyon of the Magi, and I find a group of monsters, what you're going to notice is that the monsters, I already killed a bunch of monsters here. The monsters will take pretty significant fire damage from Fireball in a radius, which basically means you get really nice AoE effectiveness, right? But if I were to take Firebolt and use it in the same scenario, we can get a better idea of why Firebolt is kind of not really the preferred option. Because when you're in a big group of monsters and you're trying to kill, you know, whatever it is they're trying to kill, let's go inside one of the tombs because there's usually pretty big packs in here. And when you're trying to kill like a whole bunch of monsters, you kind of want to dish out damage to all the monsters at one time, not just one monster at a time. So you've got to fire at 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, whereas Fireball, on the other hand, can do this, which is kind of silly. Now, what advantage does Firebolt have over Fireball? It actually does have an advantage. I don't know if any of you guys are aware of it or not, but Firebolt does have one advantage over Fireball, and that is mana cost. So the mana cost of Firebolt actually does not increase with level. So as you reset my character here, and I look at the original Firebolt, you'll notice that it's 2.5 mana. Fireball starts at 5 mana, which is double the mana cost of Firebolts. It also increases in mana as you level it up. So the higher level you go, the more mana it costs, and it continually rises until eventually it reaches a pretty ridiculous mana cost at 23.5 per. However, Firebolt, on the other hand, no matter how high you get the skill, maintains the same low mana cost at all times. Which means that Firebolt is actually the superior choice when it comes to mana consumption issues. So what you can do is you can actually weave in Firebolt into your attacks, you know, especially when you're dishing out single target damage, because Firebolt is going to do pretty much the same amount of damage as Fireball, as we clearly just saw, because even if I go ahead and grab my skills here, put my points in so I can wear my equipment, you'll notice that it's 12,000 damage on Fireball. Sorry, hold on. 20,000 damage on Fireball and 19,657 on Firebolt. So they're essentially the same damage output. However, Firebolt allows you to basically spam them infinitely. You never really have to worry about mana consumption issues with Firebolt because it doesn't really draw enough mana to ever make you hit 0. And as you're leveling up a character, if you're leveling up a Fireball Sorceress, you may run into situations where your mana is lower than you would like. You're running out of mana, whatever it may be. You're fighting a single target, which when you're fighting a single target, Firebolt is probably actually the one that you want to use. Yes, it doesn't do as much damage as Fireball does by a small margin, but it also is something that you can spam infinitely without having to worry about any mana costs. So you can definitely get some pretty good usefulness out of Firebolt in those situations, those single target damage situations. However, as soon as one more monster enters the field of battle, so at any point if there is more than one monster, you're fighting 2 or greater, Fireball then again becomes the higher damage output and the better choice. And it's actually kind of sad because Firebolt is used in quite a few places. So Hydra also uses Firebolts, and the Firebolts that it shoots out also do not have any AoE damage whatsoever either. This means that Hydras tend to be very poor in single target damage as well. There's really not a lot more to go over when it comes to Firebolt. It's not like the most ridiculously powerful skill in the world. It's great for mana consumption issues. If you happen to have some mana consumption issues, it definitely helps out with that. But you're probably still going to be firing Fireball primarily with this particular skill. And once you arrest your mana consumption issues, once you actually get to the point where, you know, you have infinite mana essentially and you don't have to worry about mana cost, well then Firebolt just kind of really leaves the shelf there at that point because, well, if you don't have any issues with mana, then the only benefit to using Firebolt, which is mana consumption, leaves completely. And it has absolutely no purpose. And this is why more often than not, you will see a lot of players not using Firebolt at all because they don't have any issues with mana cost. However, early on in the game, when you are first starting, keep note that Firebolt has such a low mana cost. It is a hell of a lot easier to spam and a hell of a lot easier to use early on in the game when you don't really have large amounts of mana. You don't have a meditation polearm. You don't have high levels of warmth. You don't have a large mana pool. And swapping and swapping back and forth between Firebolt and Fireball can actually be very effective on a low-level sorceress because that way you can more effectively control your mana output. Or you can just chug a whole bunch of potions and, you know, forget about it. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about the lowly Firebolt. And, as always, keep watching. Alright, so that's Fireball, and then we can do Firebolt. Or we can, well, that's Bolt. We can do Fireball next. That's probably going to be a short one as well. I'll put you in a sack. How about that? You want to go in here? Go in. Get in there. Go in the tube. A little Rudis. A little Rudis Abudis. Let's see here. I'm trying to knock these out as quickly as possible because I want to get as many of these done as I can. Why is my count so far off? Like, I got this little viewer count thing, and it currently says 17.9. I'm at 53.20. Such a huge difference in, like... Let me refresh it. Let me see if that works. Oh, there we go. There's the 53. Now where's my 20 or my 17 or however many people are watching on Twitch? Just says 0 for Twitch. Beautiful. 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 You have a good night, Kim. Alright, let's start Fireball so we can move on. So 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Fire Sorceress spells, and that is the Fireball spell. The Fireball spell is definitely the superior of the two between Firebolt and Fireball, and it has a really nice radius effect, but it's actually one of the abilities that's still to this day has a kind of like an incorrect tooltip. And let me go to Amazon Basin real quick, because Amazon Basin covers this, I'm pretty sure. Where is it? It says radius 2 2/3 yards, but it's actually this, which is a lot bigger than 2 2/3 yards. It's actually the equivalent of like, I think it's like 4.3 yards. It's been a little while since I've actually like looked this up, but the radius of Fireball is actually pretty large around the monster. It's going to hit a large number of targets within that radius. And when you're utilizing the ability, you'll kind of get the feeling that it's larger than 2.6 yards, which is what's actually reported here. And let me see if I can find the actual number, because it's been a little while since I've looked it up. Here it is. Explosion radius. The damage radius of 4 yards is actually written in the missile code. So instead of it being 2.6 yards, which is what's reported here, it's actually a 4-yard radius on the explosion, not a 2.6 yard radius. And I think it might have to do with the fact that it's kind of like 2.6 yards from the monster in each direction, which equals out to, I guess, 4 yards instead, which is definitely a lot bigger than 2.6 yards. 2.6 yards makes it seem like it's a tiny little explosion that doesn't even really go very far. But if you look at the actual, like, way that the explosion looks on the screen, you can clearly see that it explodes at a much larger size than 2.6 yards. And this is important because the damage of the ability, which is actually pretty nice once you get it maxed out, is around like 20,000 damage of Fireball, which is pretty significant. And when you're in a group of monsters, or a rather large group of monsters, you can utilize this explosion to dish out large amounts of damage to all the targets within that radius. And so when you're casting it and you're dishing out massive amounts of damage to huge numbers of targets, you really get the feeling that it is an extremely powerful ability. Because, you know, if you're doing like cows or any area where there's a large number of monsters, you're talking about multiplying out that damage pretty significantly. So 20,000 damage, and then you shoot a fireball into a group of monsters. It's about a 4-yard radius, so maybe it hits, say, 10 monsters within that 4-yard radius. You're talking about 200,000 damage in one spell cast. And it gets kind of insane. And of course, you can increase the speed at which you cast these ridiculous projectiles. And you can dish out more damage that way. But it's also important to note that despite the fact that it does very significant damage to large groups, it's only going to do 20,000 single target. Like, you don't get an additional hit, it's just an explosion that does 20,000 damage, and that's it. So if you're fighting, say, Diablo or Baal or Uber Mephisto or something, you're not going to get any additional damage on that boss. It's just going to be 20,000 per cast. Another thing that we got to talk about with Fireball is the increasing mana cost of the ability. So when you level it up, what you're going to notice is it starts out at a relatively low mana cost of 5, and it actually goes up, I think it's half a mana point per level, every level to infinity. So, like, for instance, when I throw 1 point into it, now it's at level 19, which has 14 mana cost, and it goes up to 14.5, 15, 15.5, 16, 16.5, 17, and it continues to rise basically to infinity and beyond. However high you can get the ability, it's just going to keep going up, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 forever. It's never going to stop. Now, this does mean that it has some pretty significant mana costs early on, especially if you throw 20 points into it. And there is a skill that allows you to bypass this, though. So, first off, Fireball costing lots of mana is a big deal, but Firebolt, which is something that you're going to build with Fireball anyway, has relatively low mana cost. It costs 2.5, and it continues to cost 2.5 all the way up to its maximum level. So when you level up an early level Sorceress, what you're probably going to do is max out Firebolt first, and then you're going to max out Fireball, and then eventually you're going to max out Fire Mastery. And one day you'll max out Meteor, which is the last synergy of the bunch. But once you get this combination set up, you'll notice that the damage output from Fireball and the damage output from Firebolt are actually pretty darn close together. They're actually about the same damage output. But the big difference between them is that mana cost. And that's really the big thing when it comes to this ability. Now, Fireball itself is best paired with other abilities that dish out damage too. A lot of people will utilize Fireball with things like a Frozen Orb Sorceress. They'll utilize Fireball with maybe like a Nova Fireball Sorceress. There's a lot of different ways that you can utilize Fireball in various builds. And it is a synergy for other things as well. It's a synergy for Meteor, and it is also a synergy for Hydras, depending on which way you end up going with this kind of skill. Overall, though, Fireball is definitely one of the more powerful abilities in the Fire Tree because it allows you to just dish out pretty massive amounts of damage in a very small zone. I mean, as you can clearly see, I'm in Hell difficulty right now, and if I have a large group of monsters that's all nice and neatly packed together for me, it does really well. However, I would like to talk about something else, which is kind of a very silly thing. I call it Roundabout Fireball. As amazing as Fireball is, there is another way to cast Fireball, which in my opinion is actually the superior way to cast Fireball. And that's to not cast Fireball at all. And you might be asking, what the hell am I talking about? Well, it has to do with the Demon Machine crossbow. The Demon Machine crossbow is a crossbow that allows you to fire explosive bolts or arrows. And if you set up the character properly, you can end up with some absolutely insane damage output while you are firing a crossbow, and doing pretty much the same thing that you were doing with fireballs, except now you can pierce. So as amazing as it is to be able to dish out 20,000 damage in a single shot, from a spell, it still only does 20,000 damage in a radius around the monster. However, if you build an enchant sorceress, you can basically do what's called Roundabout Firewall, and Roundabout Firewall allows you to dish out the same amount of damage, but now you can dish it out multiple times in the same shot, which is kind of insane. And to give you an example of this, I've got my Demon Machine crossbow handy, and we're going to go ahead and throw that on my little girl here. And need to put my strength points in. And I need some dexterity. Now, in this particular case, basically what you're going to do is you're going to cast Enchant on yourself instead. And you're still going to be utilizing Fire Mastery. You're going to switch to a pre-buff. You cast Enchant on yourself. And then you swap back to your bow. And you notice that I'm still doing 20,000 damage, which is the same amount of damage that Fireball is doing. And when you fire your bow, you're going to get a nice little neat explosion. So when I hit a wall or something like that, you see I have pretty much the same exact explosion that Fireball does. And the really important thing about this particular build is that the effect pierces. So not only do we get one explosion, but now we're getting multiple explosions that can all hit many, many times past that target. Anywhere up to 6 explosions can happen with this particular build, and then you end up with frickin' Roundabout Firewall, which is hilarious. I call it Roundabout Fireball because it functions exactly like Fireball does, except it does even more damage than Fireball, because now you can dish out 20,000 on the hit, 20,000 in the explosion, and then you can pierce up to 5 more times, dishing out another 20k, 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 which is absolutely insane damage numbers. In my personal opinion, the Enchant Bowsork actually completely passes the Fireball Sorceresses in damage output. Now, versus a single target, they're going to be the same. So whenever you're firing at a single monster, Fireball and your Enchant Sorceress are basically going to be the same damage output. But whenever you're firing at a group of monsters, the Enchant Sorceress is pretty much always going to beat Fireball at just about every way possible. And it's kind of dumb insane, because the amount of damage that you can output with a Fireball Sorceress, while it is really cool, and we could even run these numbers real quick just for fun in the video. So let's say, for instance, I had that really beautiful 20k. You know, let's bump it up to 25,000 just to give Fireball a fighting chance. And let's say I fired that at a group of cows, and there was 10 cows in the group. Or, you know what, let's even say 20 cows. Let's say I managed to group the cows together real nice and tight, and I hit 20 cows with my 25k Fireball. So we've got times 20, which is a damage output of about 500,000 damage a shot, right? Now, we'll take the Roundabout Fireball Sorceress. So the Roundabout Fireball Sorceress is doing 20,000 a shot, and we're going to take that 20,000, and we're going to say that she shot at a big old group of cows, say, you know, like, I don't know, like 100 cows thick. And each explosion hits 20 cows apiece. So we're going to do the same 20 cows that we did for the Fireball, right? But this is a pack of 100 cows, and we can pierce up to 6 times. So we've got 20,000 times 6, which is 120,000 damage of the on-hit damage, right? Then we also have to add in the 20,000 times 6. Sorry, not times 6. Times 20, because it hits 20 monsters. And then we multiply that by 6. And we get 2.4 million damage. And then we add in, of course, the 400,000 that we had from on hits. So we're going to add the 2.4 million to 400,000, which gives us a total of about 2.8 million damage in one shot. And you start to realize why Roundabout Fireball makes regular Fireball look stupid by comparison. Especially considering that, number 1, Roundabout Fireball costs no mana. Number 2, Roundabout Fireball literally comes from a bow instead of an actual casted ability. So you don't even have to worry about anything in terms of like resources, with the exception of bolts, which you can find on the ground. Number 3, you can hit multiple targets. You dish out massive amounts more damage. And on top of that, you also get maximum warmth out of it for less points, mind you. So to max out Enchant, you only need 20, 40, 60. To max out Fireball, you need 20, 40, 60, 80. So it is actually less points than Fireball. It does more damage than Fireball. It costs less mana than Fireball. And overall, the Fireball Sorceress is actually made to look kind of like a joke by comparison to the Enchant Sorceress, which is ridiculously insane, in my opinion. Because you can just dish out so much damage with the Enchant Sorceress for so little points, by the way. A 60-point investment is next to nothing by comparison to an 80-point investment. A 60-point investment literally leaves you 46 points that you can go spend elsewhere and do something else with and have some fun, like maxing out Static Field or building an Energy Shield Sorceress. And the fact that Warmth is one of those, and the fact that you have no mana cost, means that you can literally have an infinite amount of mana to do with whatever else you want to do. I know this was a video about Fireball, but there's really not a lot to say about Fireball. It's a spell, you cast it, it explodes, it does a pretty decent amount of damage, and it's the best of the Firebolt and Fireball tree. You can combine it very easily with other spells, and if you wanted to do a Fireball Meteor Sorceress, that's a pretty cool thing too. Now, Meteor is definitely a very interesting one, but does require the monsters to stay still, which is a little difficult sometimes. Overall, I definitely think that Fireball is worth using. If you want to build a Fireball Sorceress, I mean, by all means. One advantage that Fireball does have over the Enchant Sorceress, by the way, is the speed at which you can cast the ability. So you can cast Fireball faster than you can fire the bow. Which is, I'm not really sure how much, because I know it's 2.27 attacks per second with Enchant, and I believe with a Sorceress, even if you were looking at, let's say 105 breakpoint, which is, I believe, 8 frames, so you would take 25 frames and divide that by 8, which would give you a cast speed of about 3.125 per second. So you would be able to cast a little bit faster than you would be able to fire the bow. So your single target damage would be a little bit higher with Fireball than it would be with Enchant. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when I'm just talking about abilities like Enchant and Fireball. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so that covers Fireball. The bally ball. And now we can move on to something else. You better not be thinking about chewing them wires, sir. I will tickle your nose. You won't fight? I said, do you want to fight? I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I gotta go. Hey, I will be right back. I'll be right back after these messages. Alright, I'm back. Kinda hungry though. Let me shove a nut and seed bar in my mouth. What do we got next? We can do a meteor. Meteor is an interesting one. I would like to pull up meteor though, I think, in advance. Sorry, I needed a snack. I don't like being hungry. I don't want to be hungry. Hungry. Let's reset this girl. Let's get her prepped up for meteor. Alright. She prepped it, did. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Sorceress fire skills, and that is the fire skill known as Meteor. Meteor is kind of like a love-hate relationship with a lot of players. Some people like it because it does massive amounts of damage, and other people hate it because it's really slow and it doesn't really hit the targets very fast. It does take quite some time to actually get it to, hit the target. Obviously, to build this, you're going to have to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points just to reach it. You're also going to have to spend a lot of points to max it out. So first off, you're obviously going to want to max out the skill itself, which is 20. Then you're going to want to max out Fire Mastery, which is 40. And then you're going to start working on the synergies, which is Firebolt and Fireball. Generally, you want to work on Fireball first, because that's the higher damage output of the two. And then eventually you're going to build up Firebolt, which is 20, 40, 60, 80 points, which is pretty expensive. If you want to beef up the fire damage on Meteor, that is also something that can be done. But to do that, you've got to max out Inferno, which is going to cost you another 20 points, which is pretty massive. By the time you're done completely mastering a Meteor, you're looking at a total of 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 point investment, which is pretty high. By the time you're done, though, it does a pretty massive 39,000 fire damage, as well as physical damage. So it has an impact damage. In fact, you know what? Let's go out and take a look at Meteor real quick, so we can kind of see what happens. So first off, we've got the spell actually kind of makes like a symbol on the ground. It hits the ground. That hit is a strike. And when I say physical, what I mean is that actually can be avoided. So believe it or not, things like Amazon avoids and dodges. You can actually block it with weapon block, I believe. There's a couple different ways that you can actually block the effect. But the fire damage, which results after the explosion, is not blockable. That part cannot be blocked by anybody. And you basically, because it has these two elements, it's kind of interesting. Basically what we're looking at here is a ability that you cast. You have to wait for it. And half the time the monsters move out of the radius before it ever falls, which usually means you need some way to get them to hold still so that you can actually dish out the damage to them. Because if they're not going to stand still for the meteor, well then the meteor might not actually dish out any damage, which is unfortunate. Now, Meteor also has a pretty hefty casting delay on it, and to demonstrate the casting delay, let's go out to Bloodmore real quick where there's no monsters, and I'm going to show you kind of how the casting delay works and explain it. So Meteor has a casting delay of 1.2 seconds. This means that it has a delay that is pre-added into the ability that cannot be changed of 25 frames plus 20% of the next second, which if we take 25 and we subtract 80% from this, we end up with 5 frames left over. So we are looking at a 30 frame addition to any spell. Now, can you increase the cast speed? You can increase the cast speed, but you cannot decrease the delay. So let's say, for instance, you were able to get your Sorceress to the 105 breakpoint, which is 7 frames. Then you add that to the 30, and you end up with 37 frames for your total. But if you were a Sorceress that didn't have particularly good faster cast, and let's say you were sitting at like a 12 frame faster cast, well, in that case, you're going to add 12 to 30. So you're going to end up with a faster cast of 42 instead for this particular ability. Now this can be demonstrated by casting the ability multiple times. So what you do is you just hold down the button and you cast it multiple times, and you see how many meteors that you can possibly put on the ground before the fire disappears. Having a huge amount of faster cast will allow you to put more meteors on the ground than somebody who does not have faster cast. But the overall effect of faster cast on the way that this spell works isn't going to necessarily increase your damage output by all that much. You're talking about the ability of casting maybe like 1 or 2 more in a certain given time frame, which will actually result in more damage output, but at the same time, it's not really going to be a significantly large damage output increase. Now, for the same reason, though, that Meteor you would like to cast Meteor faster, you are probably also going to be using Fireball with Meteor. And the reason why is, well, because you already built all the synergies for Fireball, so you have it anyway. So if you built all the synergies for Meteor, you now have Firebolt at level 20, you now have Fireball at level 20, and you now have Meteor at level 20. And if you take a look at Fireball, the two synergies for Fireball are Firebolt and Meteor. which means that if you build a Fireball Sorceress, you generally also have a Meteor Sorceress. And if you build a Meteor Sorceress, you generally also have a Fireball Sorceress. It's just, they go hand in hand. Which means that what you're going to do is you're actually going to get optimal effect out of your Meteor, is you're going to cast it and then shoot off your Fireballs. And you're just going to keep doing this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Generally, you can get off about 1 to 2 Fireballs before you can cast your next Meteor, and this allows you to get your optimal damage output. Now, when it comes to the Meteor itself, we were talking about the explosion earlier, but let's also talk about the damage. So the fire damage that hits the ground is actually composed of 18 different pyres. And to illustrate this, I want to go over to Amazon Basin real quick, and we're going to take a look at this. So a pyre contains 18 static size 2 missiles, which always spawn in the same location, within a 4-yard radius of impact damage. So basically what this means is that every single time you shoot down a meteor, 18 little static 2-size missiles will sit on the ground and start burning everything. The duration of the fire is actually pretty long, and if you... We'll just use one real quick, and we'll time it. So 1, 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, about 47 seconds, which is kind of insane. And I know it didn't do that on a stopwatch, but as you can see, it's a very long time, which means that you can stack multiple fires on top of a target multiple times. So if you were, for instance, to just sit here and spam as many of these as you possibly could within a 47-second time frame, you would have a rather large number of these fire effects on the ground. As we just learned, it's 18 size 2 static missiles per meteor, and you can cast a very large number of those within a 7-second time frame, to the point where there is just an insanely large number of fire effects on the ground in the same exact spot, till they look like a blinding light of freaking ridiculousness. The damage output of the fire is actually pretty nice. And you can actually get higher damage output from the fire by not casting it directly on the target. It's a little bit difficult to pull off, but because the fire damage is always in the same position, it actually ends up dishing out more fire damage if you can get the fire damage directly on the target. You'll notice that in the pattern, there's kind of like a little dead zone here in the center. There's also a little dead zone right here, and it just doesn't quite cover everywhere. And since the pyres are always in the same location on the fire, this means that you end up with the same exact pattern all the time. You'll notice that certain parts of it have more fire than others, which means that if you can manipulate where the fire spawns, you can actually dish out more damage with Meteor than you would otherwise. This involves doing things like casting Meteor not directly on a target, but like on the ground next to the target instead, which allows it to hit the fire a little bit more spicily on the target. So you basically just don't want to actually cast it directly on the target. The big giant hit that comes down will still dish out lots of damage to the target, even if it lands next to them and not directly on them. But the fire damage that you output from the ability does better if you don't actually target directly on top of them. Now, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult, though, because if you're trying to click next to a monster, it does become a little bit difficult to get that to not spawn directly on top of them, as it will kind of magnet link back to them, making it a little bit difficult. And on top of that, as you can clearly see, we also have this big dead zone on the left side of the meteor, which means that spawning it on the right side of the monster actually results in less damage than spawning it on the left side of the monster. It all gets very complicated. But if you put it on the left side of the monster, you'll notice that there's a big swath of burning pyres on the left side, which means that spawning the meteor on the left side will not only give you the nice explosion damage, but it'll also get you the very nice fire damage as well on the targets, optimizing your damage output as much as possible. And this is the kind of min-maxing stuff that only elite players would do anyway. Most players are just going to fire and forget it. The biggest detriment, unfortunately, to Meteor is just the fact that it takes so long to cast. I mean, you cast it, but before it actually falls, I mean, it's like 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. It's like 3 full seconds before the skill actually hits anything. Now, granted, when you're fighting Fallen and zombies and Bloodmore, it definitely does pretty well. But when you start going into places where the monsters move a hell of a lot faster than you start to realize that the really slow speed of Meteor does kind of make it kind of bad. And you have to use tactics with it. And what do I mean by tactics? Well, precasting. Precasting is probably the best way to use Meteor in most situations. It's basically where you cast it in advance of the target because you know that's where the target will be. So, for instance, in this particular situation, I might cast it several times in advance of me actually walking up into this location. So that as the monsters walk into the meteor, they start to take the fire damage, or they might come into the explosion radius more quickly. Precasting Meteor is something that you're going to have to get used to when it comes to this particular ability, because a lot of the times the monsters will just go really, really fast. I mean, Death Lords with extra fast mechanic are just one of the many monsters. Another very interesting way to deal with this is to have a very good tank. Now, it doesn't necessarily always have to be a mercenary, but mercenaries make the best choice for a sorceress. You can also put on items specifically that will give you access to things like clay golems, like, I'm trying to remember the name of that one rune word. I think it's, not Lionheart, Stone. Stone gives access to a clay golem, and stone is actually pretty nice. You can get a free clay golem out of it, and it makes you pretty tanky in the process. You can also use a peace rune word to give yourself a Valkyrie, but anything that's going to hold the monsters still so that you can spam meteors on their head is going to be useful in this situation. So if you do plan on doing a meteor sorceress, I would definitely recommend getting yourself a quality sturdy mercenary that can tank while you're spamming your meteors and other abilities. In fact, that's just something that you want on pretty much any sorceress, but with this particular sorceress, it's definitely more of a importance than others. I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to meteor. It's definitely an interesting ability. It does lots of damage, and until recently, unfortunately, it was kind of a redheaded stepchild of the family because fire damage was just not really very attractive, because most monsters in the game are immune to fire damage, of course. However, recently, with the addition of the fire sunders, the log grand charms that you can find, fire sorceresses have become a force to be reckoned with at this point, and if you can get enough negative fire resistance and other effects, like maybe even an infinity on a mercenary, these characters are actually extremely powerful now. Meteor is also one of those interesting abilities that can be used very well to kill Ubers, believe it or not. What you do is you actually get yourself a very nice pair of Marrow Walks, which have the Bone Prison and the Life Tap on them. And what you do is you Bone Prison the Uber to lock them in place, and you pretty much just spam meteors on top of their head. And you spam enough meteors on top of the Uber's head, they will eventually die. Fire is interesting in that it can prevent regeneration if enough fire effects are on the monster at any given time. If you have a monster that is burning, they will not regenerate while they are burning. But it is important to note that if they stop burning for even 1 frame, then they can potentially regenerate. So if you are going to be using fire to prevent regeneration on the Ubers, it is important to make sure that they never leave the fire, even if it's for a fraction of a second. Because that fraction of a second, that 1/25th of a second of a frame that they are no longer burning, they will regenerate massive amounts of their HP in that frame. So make sure that they are burning, and make sure they continue to burn, and they never stop burning. And in that way, you can arrest the regeneration of the Ubers by using fire. The main issue with that is that if at any time you get interrupted, if they no longer burn for whatever reason, if you leave and come back, their HP will basically be at full. And It's unfortunate, but it does work. And I have seen many fire sorceresses over the years kill the Ubers, utilizing the Marrow Walk Bone Prison charges and Meteor, just simply because it's such a powerful combination of both fire damage and also burn damage. Most recently, there is also another thing that we need to talk about, and that is the lagginess of the skill. So due to the fact that it has 18 static size 2 missiles per shot, it actually can dish out a lot of lag. Specifically, we actually found out that the Mosaic Sin, who can actually put out more meteors than the actual Meteor Sorceress, can actually put enough effects on the ground that will essentially just lag out and crash the game. This has to do with the fact that each meteor is comprised of 18 missiles. And the fire effect lasts for so long that literally you can have a huge number of fire effects on the ground in the same place, which is kind of insane. When you really look at it, if I just hold down the button right here, you can clearly see the fire effects starting to stack on top of each other. The 18 pyres from each individual meteor are starting to all burn in unison in the same place. And as I cast more and more meteors, this has a dramatic effect on the performance of the game. The game can't handle processing this many effects all at once. And so you may find in situations that Meteor is kind of a laggy skill. And it's not your imagination. It is actually a laggy skill, and it will actually lag out the game. In fact, I think one of the duping methods from the past was literally to get 8 sorceresses all casting Meteor at the same time, which would usually end up causing the game to lag out and them to be able to dupe items. This is a known method, but it's also just something that I want to point out to you guys because it will lag up the game. If you don't have a particularly powerful PC, that doesn't matter. This isn't something that has to do with the performance of the game in terms of hardware. You can have a freaking RTX 4090 with 64 gigs of RAM and a processor that makes your grandma weep tears of joy. But it doesn't matter. This doesn't have to do with the performance of your PC. It has to do with the fact that we have way too many pyres on the ground at any given time. If we were to actually calculate how many pyres are on the ground, you could actually figure it out. We know that it's 18 per cast, and we know that it's about 47 seconds for the duration of the ability, right? So we know our cast rate, which is 37 frames, and we know that it's 47 seconds, which is 47 times 25, and then we can divide that by our 37 frame cast speed, which gives us 31.75 meteors within that time frame. Times 18 pyres gives us a total of 571 pyres on the ground at any given time. Which means that if you spam that many meteors in that particular amount of time frame, you end up with a pretty ridiculously large number of fire effects all burning at the same time. This also compounds with other fire effects, like for instance if somebody else is using Meteor, Firewall, Fists of Fire. There's tons of different fire effects which are very similar to this in just about every way. Molten Boulder, by the way, uses the same exact explosion as Meteor. So once you have all of this running at the same time and all of these fire effects on the same time, you end up hitting a maximum number of effects on the screen. And once you start hitting that maximum number of effects on the screen, that's when the lag starts to happen, your FPS drops dramatically, and things start to go haywire. So don't be surprised if you build a Meteor Sorceress and you feel like your game is a little laggier than normal. You're not imagining it. Meteor Sorceresses are just kind of laggy, and that's just kind of how they work. And it gets laggier when you're in a group with other people who are also spamming fire effects, fireballs, meteors, firewalls, etc., etc. Anyway, as always, I appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about Meteor. And as always, keep watching. I just looked over at chat, and I don't even know what the hell's going on. I don't even know what's going on over there. What the hell are you guys eating? What kind of crack cocaine are you guys on? Sorry, I got some business to take care of. I don't know what's going on in chat right now. You guys are scaring me. I had a company that was offering to do a partnership with me. That's looks like some antivirus programs. Most of them are all pretty much the same anyway. I'm not really worried about it. But they just wanted some of my data so they could actually make me a competent offer, which, you know, I'm fine with. I just sent them some of my data. They wanted to know what my views were for like the past, you know, like 90-day period, which is actually 1.3 million, by the way. Not to brag. And they wanted to know like what countries people are watching from. And you know, that's actually a really cool one. I like to actually talk about a lot, is that like, holy crap, you guys are like all over the place. Like, I'm just like, I bet you if I asked you guys to sound off what countries you guys were from in chat right now, there would be like at least probably 10 different countries like in chat right now. And it just like, it always surprises me every single time I look at the list of all the different countries that I'm, you know, that are on that list. Makes me freaking like giggle, because you guys are just, there's just so many of you guys for no reason. A lot of people from the United States and Canada, but believe it or not, there's a lot of people from a lot of other countries as well. Like, let me pull up my list here real quick just for fun. And, audience, geographers. So number 1 is the United States. Number 2 is Canada. I got a lot of people from Canada. Number 3 is Germany, actually, which I was actually kind of surprised about because I didn't know. I thought people in Germany would speak German, and they probably wouldn't watch my videos. You know, like language barrier kind of a thing. But apparently there's a lot of people in Germany. United Kingdom is actually number 4. Poland is number 5. Sweden is number 6. Brazil is 7. Australia, Denmark, Bulgaria, France, Russia, Philippines, Vietnam, Netherlands, Romania, Hungary, Czechia, Spain, Norway, Finland, Turkey, that one's spelled kind of weird, Thailand, Italy, Singapore, Austria, Mexico, Ukraine, Japan, Argentina, Taiwan, Malaysia, Greece, New Zealand, Slovakia, Croatia, Belgium, Switzerland, South Korea, South Africa, Hong Kong, Chile, India, Indonesia, Portugal, Israel, Peru, Serbia, Lithuania, and Ireland. And that's just the top 50, by the way. That's just the top 50. Yeah, Chechnya, CZECHIA, 3,010 views. I don't know. I thought it was kind of interesting that they wanted to know, like, the countries. I'm like, pretty much all of them? I'm like, dude, North Korea is scary. I don't know how you guys live so close to North Korea and you're not scared of them. They're scary. I was reading something. I was watching something earlier. It was like an interview from like a North Korea survivor or something that popped out of North Korea, and like she was talking about how that there's these people that literally come to your house to make sure that you're taking care of the Kim Jong Un picture. So apparently on the wall is a portrait of their leader, and they have to take care of this portrait. And apparently if the portrait is dusty or the frame gets broken or the glass is cracked or whatever, and like this guy comes around to your house and looks at the portrait and deems that you haven't been taking care of the portrait of the glorious leader, like they can literally put you in jail or put you to death right there, like just for not taking care of the portrait. And I was like, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, and that was not even like even the that was like the tip of the iceberg. That wasn't even the whole thing, but that was like the little tip of the iceberg. And the more I hear about stuff like that from that country, like it really kind of blows my mind. Like apparently all the sanctions and everything have made the country very poor because of course they can't trade with other countries, but they don't care. Apparently what they do is, this is something that I've actually read, is that they will go and take hostage your daughter and your wife or your kids or whatever. They take them hostage. And then they tell you that you need to go to another country. And everything that you earn in that country, you're going to send back to North Korea. So they basically send these people out under the threat of kidnapping their family and force them to work for the rest of their life for basically nothing in another country to earn money to then send back to North Korea. It just gets very scary. It's very scary. Yes, exactly. The more you know about the craziness that goes on in North Korea, the more you get kind of scared of that place and glad that you're not born there. And you know, I feel bad for the South Koreans too because I know that they have people there. You know, they during the split in North-South Korea, there was a lot of people that got left behind on both sides, and families were split apart. And you know, like it's down. You know, it's not a good thing to be separated from your family. Well, okay. I mean, the information's out there on the internet. It's not like I'm telling anything new. Not like I'm telling anything new, guys. All right, let's do Fire Mastery next, and then we'll move into Inferno, Blaze, etc., etc. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Oh, dang it, I didn't hit the button quick enough. So I got to hit the intro, and then I got to hit the record. Hit the intro, and then the record button just, I don't know what happened. It, like, dodged my click or something. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the central figure within the fire tree, and that is Fire Mastery itself. Fire Mastery is a very powerful ability, not quite as powerful as Lightning Mastery, which definitely gives more damage output to lightning than fire does. But Fire Mastery still is no slouch. Now, it's important to talk about the way that Fire Mastery works. And the way that Fire Mastery works is it enhances any fire damage that is on your character. It does not matter what this fire damage is. If you have fire damage in the form of a charm, if you have fire damage in form of a ring or something like that, if you have fire damage coming from enchant, if you have fire damage coming from a weapon or an ability like exploding arrow, it doesn't matter what the fire damage is. Any and all fire damage sources of any and all type are enhanced by Fire Mastery. This means that even something as simple as a charm can be converted into a pretty ridiculous amount of damage. For instance, I currently have a bunch of 26 to 42 damage fire charms on my character. If I drop these charms on the ground, you will notice that each charm is worth a really hefty amount of damage. We're talking about 1,240 to 1,056 just for taking one charm out of my inventory. Each one of these charms is being enhanced by the Fire Mastery to a massive degree. And as you can see, I can pick them all back up again, and I can gain all that fire damage back. One 42 damage fire charm is giving me roughly 200 fire damage, which is pretty darn insane. This makes for some very interesting build opportunities with the Fire Sorceress, because you can do some pretty crazy things, like utilize Demon Machine Chuko Nu to get some pretty crazy fire damage effects going on with Exploding Arrow. You can also utilize Fire Mastery, of course, to enhance any spell that does fire damage. So if you are dishing out Fireball, Meteor, Firewall, Blaze, Inferno, Firebolt, Enchant, Hydra, it doesn't matter. Fire Mastery is the key to enhancing all of those to their maximum potential. And without Fire Mastery, unfortunately, a lot of those abilities are pretty garbage. If we take a look at the difference, for instance, between Fireball with Fire Mastery and Fireball without Fire Mastery, what you'll notice is that even if you build all the synergies for Fireball, which is Meteor, Firebolt, and Fireball itself, you end up with a damage of 3,705, which isn't really that great. It's actually pretty pathetic. The damage output of this ability is garbage without Fire Mastery. Once you add Fire Mastery into the equation, even just 1 point with plus to skills, you notice now it's up to 9,487. And capping it out gets us a pretty massive 14,000 damage. Now you can get plus to skills, so for instance, let me go ahead and put my stat points in so I can get my plus to skills. And with plus to skills, you're looking at some pretty massive damage, like 20,000 damage Fireball, which is pretty insane. But the thing is that to get this, you need the Fire Mastery. Now, some people will utilize Fire Mastery for strange things, and let me tell you right off the bat that Fire Mastery doesn't actually increase the damage output of the ability past a certain point. So, for instance, if I have Enchant, Fire Mastery will enhance the damage of Enchant when you cast it, but because Fire Mastery is an active increase, the damage will actually go down when I swap away from it. So, for instance, let's say I have maxed out Enchant, which I don't think I can do without respecking. So let me go ahead and respec real quick. Alright, so let's say I have maxed out enchant, so I got my 20 points in warmth, I've got my 20 points in enchant. Alright, and then on top of that, I also grab my fire mastery as well, which is now currently level 45 because I have a bunch of swap equipment, right? Now, if I enchant myself with this ability, I'm going to end up with a pretty nice amount of damage. It's going to give me 24,000 damage. However, when I swap back to my other set of equipment, what you're going to notice is my fire mastery goes down. And as my fire mastery goes down, so too does my attack damage. This is because enchant is not being enhanced by fire mastery as a static effect. It is instead an active effect, which is buffing up the fire damage of the ability. Now, when you actually look at this even more ridiculously, like if I respec my character, I can throw on, I don't know, something like a demon machine, or sorry, a demon limb. Let's go ahead and throw on a demon limb real quick. And I'm going to enchant myself with a base level of enchant. This is going to be a level 23 enchant from an item. So as you can see now, I'm currently enchanted. Alright, I have 4,604 to 5,488 damage, right? Most of that is coming from this. So let me go ahead and drop these charms on the ground. And we currently still have about 5k damage. But we're not getting the high damage output that we would normally have, right? However, if I put points in Fire Mastery, you'll notice that as soon as I put points in Fire Mastery, the damage rises. And I can beef that up to the point where literally I'm getting a massive amount of damage from that fire damage. The Fire Mastery is actively affecting the fire damage, not passively in terms of like a pre-buff ability. Some people will build enchant sorceresses, and one of the things that they look for is like an orb on pre-buff that has maybe something, you know, like +3 fire skills, +3 enchant, +3 fire mastery. You don't need the fire mastery. The reason why you don't need the fire mastery is because when you swap back to your main weapon, it doesn't do anything. It's not actually going to stay on your character. It doesn't stay on anybody, by the way, and this is the really important thing about fire mastery, is that it doesn't stay on your mercenary, it doesn't stay on your friend, your barbarian friend, or your paladin friend that comes by, because fire mastery only affects you. It doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect your friend, it doesn't affect your mercenary, it doesn't affect anybody except for you. And it's also an active use case scenario thing. So the higher level your fire mastery is, the better your damage output is going to be in that moment. So you need to actually have that fire mastery when you're actually using the ability. So like in this particular case, when I precast on myself with the demon machine, and then I swap back over, I'm losing the damage that fire mastery would give me. I'm not, however, losing the innate damage of the ability. So to give you an idea how that works, if you beef up warmth and then you beef up enchant to its maximum, and then you get it to its highest level, you notice it does about 800 to 900 damage with no fire mastery. That is what everyone else gets. That's what your teammates are going to get when they play this character. And we can beef that up a little bit more by throwing our points in. So we've got level 52 enchant, which is a very nice 1,135 damage, which will go to your allies. You, on the other hand, get the full version. So you get the really nice fire mastery version, which is almost like 5,000 damage, which is really nice. All in all, fire mastery is one of those abilities that if you're going to be a fire sorceress, you're probably going to max it out. And that's really all there is to it. If you're going to be a firebolt, fireball, meteor sorceress, you're going to max it out. If you're going to be an inferno, blaze, or firewall sorceress, again, you're going to max it out. If you're going to be hydra or enchant, you're probably going to max it out. The only situation that you might find yourself in where you're not maxing out fire mastery usually involves multi-spec builds, where you're strapped on points and you don't really have enough to be able to max it. Similar situations to this will be things like if you're running a, say, a frozen orb sorceress, which is spending 40 points here, then 1 point in cold mastery, and then you could do something like 20 firewall, 20 warmth, 1 fire mastery, probably grab enchant as well. But as you can see, I'm running out of points already. I only have 17 points left to spend in something. And I have 2 damage types at this particular point. So I'm running Firewall, and I'm also running Frozen Orb. I have Cold Mastery, and I also have Fire Mastery. So I'm strapped on points, and where I put the rest of these 17 points is probably going to be things like grabbing Teleport, a point in Static Field, another point in Frozen Armor, etc., until you realize you don't really have a whole lot of points left. You're probably also going to want 1 point in Enchant, since you have max Warmth, which means you get a nice little passive level 26 enchant that you can apply to your allies. And before you're done, you don't really have enough points to max Fire Mastery in these situations. But this is really only the hybrid builds that do this. So if you're going to be going with some kind of hybrid build that involves, say, like Fireball Orb or maybe Fireball Nova or something like that, then in those situations you might not pump Fire Mastery to its maximum capability. But for the most part, whenever you're actually leveling up a pure Fire Sorceress, Fire Mastery is going to be one of those things that you almost always max. Now, speaking of leveling it up, there are actually some pretty interesting calculations on the internet of how to best level Fire Mastery. I know it might seem kind of silly. Max out, of course. Well, the thing is that it's not always that simple. So when you're leveling up a Sorceress, Fire Mastery is not always the best thing to build. And this comes down to the difference between base damage and enhanced damage, right? So the easiest way to look at this is, yes, Fire Mastery is really nice. It does a pretty huge amount of increased. At right now at level 29, we're looking at 226% enhanced, right? Well, if I'm dishing out 50 fire damage, 226% enhanced doesn't really seem all that amazing. So on paper, yes, Fire Mastery will eventually be the thing that you want to max out to its utmost capability. However, in terms of actual optimal damage output, believe it or not, Fire Mastery is not the optimal skill to actually put your points into. You want to enhance the base damage of a skill more so than you want to enhance Fire Mastery. And there's actually an exact leveling scheme, believe it or not. If you search a couple websites, you will find things like where they're talking about it like this. Like, say if I was a Firewall Sorceress, it would probably say something like this. Max Firewall first. Then put points into Warmth, 1 point into Fire Mastery, and then it probably is like an interchanging thing between like putting points in Warmth and Fire Mastery back and forth to get the most optimal damage output per skill point, up until the point where eventually you have them both maxed, and it ends up in the highest damage output every single level, as opposed to just simply dumping the points in and just letting it, do whatever. This kind of thing is the kind of stuff that you do when you're speedrunning or when you're trying to play the game at some ridiculously elite level, and you're trying to min-max every single point. There are a couple guides out there that go over stuff like this, but it's pretty easy to see as you're leveling up the character. Like, for instance, if I were to reset this right now, and I were just to drop 1 point into Firewall, and then max out Fire Mastery, I'm looking at a total damage output of 4,751 with 1 point in Firewall. If I did it the other way, which is where I max out Firewall first and 1 point Fire Mastery, notice that Firewall now has more damage than it did the other way around. This is because the base damage of Firewall is more important when you're enhancing things like this. But it doesn't always end up this way. Like, for instance, right now, if I were to dump all my points into Warmth, my damage output would be 14,000. However, in the same situation, if I dump all my points into Fire Mastery, I'm now at 12,000. So you see how Fire Mastery doesn't always equate to the highest damage output option for a particular skill. Because in this particular situation, dumping points into Fire Mastery was not the optimal choice. The optimal choice was actually to put points into Warmth first. However, 1 point wandering Fire Mastery is also an important consideration. So even though dumping points into Fire Mastery wasn't the best option, you probably still want to 1 point wonder it, at the very least, then dump points into warmth, which is going to equal 14,269. And then you dump your fire mastery points in later, and you get your 21,000. It's just a slight variation in the way that you would distribute your points, and it basically just means don't dump everything into fire mastery immediately. Work on the skill and the synergies first, and then start to put points into fire mastery as you're capable of putting them in. But always get at least 1 point. Fire Mastery and Lightning Mastery both are always worth at least 1 point as soon as you hit level 30. And then after you start to level up past level 30, at that point you're going to focus more on the base damage of the skills, then go into the actual Lightning or Fire Mastery later, which is kind of interesting. If you want to look up optimal point distribution for that kind of stuff, that's way too nerdy for me. But basically, the way I usually do it is I just do bases over Fire Mastery. That's the best way to think of it. Base damage over Fire Mastery. Fire Mastery 1 point wonder with base damage over Fire Mastery, and then Fire Mastery last. I think that's pretty much everything for this ability. There's really not a lot more to go over when it comes to this. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about burning things. And as always, keep watching. Curry burning. That's right. The burning of the curry. Beep. Alright, so we've got, I think, 3 more skill or 4 more skills. I don't know. We got Hydra. I haven't done Hydra. I don't think I've done Hydra anyway. Let me double check my list here real quick. So I have Hydra, I have Firewall, Blaze, and Inferno. I don't think I've done any of those yet. Pikachula? Chonchula? I like Chonchula better. So Firewall is a no. Hydra is a no. Blaze is a no. Inferno is a no. None of them have been done. So I gotta do all of those, and then we'll be finished with the Sorceress completely. Once I finish Inferno, Blaze, Firewall, and Hydra, we'll be done. What's the best Sorc build for clearing TZs? They're all kind of good, to be honest with you. Expect Death. Lightning, Chain Lightning is extremely powerful. Nova Sorceress is extremely powerful. Blizzard Sorceress is extremely powerful. Frost Nova, a Frozen Orb can be worked into just about any build, and it's actually pretty darn good. Fireball Meteor is pretty good. Roundabout Fireball Demon Machine Bow Sorceress is actually pretty dang good. Firewall is actually really powerful for very small point investments. I've actually always been very impressed with Firewall's extremely low point investment. It's just, they're all really good if you build them properly. I don't think there's really a bad Sorceress, with the exception of, say, Frost Nova and Inferno are 2 of the worst skills on the Sorcerer's tree. Just about everything else is worthwhile to build. You can do a Glacial Spike Sorc, you can do a frickin' Blizzard Sorc, you can do a Lightning Sorc, Chain Lightning Sorc, Charge Bolt Sorc, Nova Sorc. Fireball Sork, Meteor Sork, Hydra Sork. I mean, they're all particularly nice. Firewall is actually very powerful too. Um, they're all actually very nice. Frost Nova was actually really good before they nerfed the Cold Mastery thing. But now that they've not nerfed the Cold Mastery thing, it's a little bit more difficult to get the Frost Nova Sorceress running. Um, it's I can't really say either here nor there, but there was a couple of people who did Frost Nova Sorks back in the previous patch 2.6, and it was actually really powerful. But then they nerfed the Cold Mastery interaction, and Frost Nova is not quite as good anymore as it used to be. So that's why I say Frost Nova and Inferno are really the only kind of bad skills on the entire tree. Frost Nova just needs a higher damage output. If it had higher damage output, it wouldn't be so bad, but... let's start with Inferno, I guess. I need to do a little bit of reading up on Inferno, so give me just a second here. We're going to pull up the Amazon Basin Inferno page. Although I think some of this data is outdated, but at least we'll get an idea. Huh. I mean, Blaze got turned into a utility skill with the bonus run walk speed. It actually worked really good. For those of you guys who've been sleeping on Blaze's run walk bonus, you guys are silly. It's amazing. It, it basically just gives you a huge run walk speed bonus for basically nothing. I mean, you just 1 point wonder it at level 19 right now with 1 point. It's a 38% run walk speed bonus, and it's really nice. I've actually... Exactly. Bruh. And that's just 1 point. If you actually stack it up, it lasts for, what is it, 76% run walk speed for 19 seconds, which is actually kind of nice. But we'll talk about that when we get to the Blaze skill. This is going to be the Inferno skill. GG, I'm back to compiling a list of videos to take over all of the Diablo 2 Resurrected playlist. Exactly, yes. Why not? So this company is offering me $250. Also, I'm gonna type this in here. You're seeing my business meeting. Also, I would need the software to test myself before endorsing the product. Alright, let's get this Inferno video on the way. You ready? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Fire Sorceress skills, and this one is one that doesn't really get a lot of love. And it doesn't get a lot of love for good reasons, because it kind of sucks. But we're going to talk about the skill, we're going to talk about why it sucks, and we're going to talk about maybe what they could do to enhance it. And this is the skill Inferno. Inferno doesn't really have a lot of synergies, it's just warmth. So you pretty much just beef up warmth to its maximum, and then you beef up Inferno to its maximum. Now recently in a video series, my Sorceress solo self-found, I actually found out that, believe it or not, Inferno actually works pretty good at low levels now. And I was actually kind of surprised at this. So let's take this little Sorceress down to normal difficulty, and I'm going to show you really quickly what I mean, because I was actually kind of surprised. To do this, though, we're going to have to take out the skillers, because I don't want to give a negative effect here. We're going to take out all the doojanks, and we're also going to remove the weapon from our mercenary, so we can get a better idea of what's going on. Now, basically what this is that at an early level, it actually does pretty significant damage. So assuming, of course, you're running, say, I don't know, let's take off these plus to skill pieces because I don't want to give the wrong effect. You have level 1 Inferno and you have level 1 Warmth. Well, it actually kills pretty good. I'm not even gonna lie, you can just kind of do this and just things die. Like, it does have a lot of downsides. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm never gonna say that Inferno is the greatest ability in the world, but I was actually kind of surprised at its low-level performance because it kind of demolishes targets at this level. And granted, it falls off pretty quickly, but in lower levels, 1 point in Inferno and 1 point in Warmth is actually enough to kill just about any low-level monster in Act 1. And I didn't even put any points in it in my solo self-found video. If you want to check out that video, I'd recommend, going and checking out that video, because really I do have a lot of silly things that I did to like bypass parts of the game, and it was very difficult to build the character that I wanted to build in my solo self-found run, because a lot of the skills that I needed were much higher level. So I ended up with Inferno when I was on my way to Firewall, and since I had it, I was like, you know what, let's use it and let's see how well it works. Well, it works surprisingly well. Now, there is a lot of issues with Inferno. The first and main most glaring issue with Inferno is, well, it just doesn't do the damage that it says. Despite the fact that it says it does pretty good damage, which it lies to you, by the way. If you were to max it out and, grab, let's see here. Let me go ahead and throw some points into strength so I can actually wear my gear. And put the gear back on. Mink. If you actually level up Inferno, you notice that it says it actually does a pretty good amount of damage. It says it does 6,805 damage per second with a 22-yard range, and it costs 11 mana per second, which, doesn't seem like too terrible. When you actually utilize it, though, it just doesn't seem to output that same kind of damage output that it's stating. And I think that's the biggest obstacle with Inferno, although it's not the only issue with Inferno. First off is when you actually go out here and you try to utilize it to kill a target, which, again, let's take the infinity off of him so he's not actually killing anything. What you'll notice is that it takes a while even to kill one monster with the ability. And it does pierce, thankfully, which means you can actually hit multiple monsters with it, but it just seems ridiculously slow by comparison to a lot of other abilities. If I were to compare this to anything else in the fire tree, like Fireball, Meteor, Firewall, even Blaze, I'm pretty sure would outperform the way that Inferno dishes out its damage. It also seems to be missiles. If you guys have never actually done this, I would encourage you to play around with this. So when you cast Inferno, it looks like it's a solid line, right? Oh, look, it's like I'm burning fire at somebody, right? No, that's not how Inferno works. It doesn't do that, okay? How Inferno actually works is it's individual little missiles. Each missile is a size 1 projectile. Size 1 is the smallest size that you can possibly have for projectiles. So if you take your Inferno and you do this, you will see each of the size 1 projectiles. And it starts to make more sense why Inferno doesn't really do the damage that it states that it's doing, because each individual projectile is doing a percentage of the damage output. You have to hit the monster with every single projectile to dish out the full damage, which means that if any of the projectiles miss the target, then you're not dishing out the full damage that you would normally do. And because they're size 1 projectiles, they generally tend to miss targets. There's also a very large lag time in the time it takes for the Inferno to fire and the time it takes for the Inferno to reach the target at maximum distance. As you can clearly see, it takes 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. It's just as bad as Meteor. Meteor takes 3 seconds to land on the target, and Inferno takes 3 seconds to reach the target as well. At earlier levels, it is kind of terrible in terms of like its range, and so you have to literally be like right next to the target in melee range to actually dish out any significant damage. And I think one of the things that they could definitely do is increase the range of this ability quite dramatically. In fact, let me reset here real quick so I can go to a lower level, and you'll notice that the range of the ability isn't anywhere near as good at a lower level as it is when it's maxed out. At level 1, with basically no plus to skills, let me see if I can finagle that. We're looking at that, which isn't even like it's tiny. And I think the 6-yard radius or 5.3 yard distance, that's as far as it will go. Another big issue with this ability is that it tethers you to the location that you're in. So you can't move when you're using this ability. Which is a pretty big thing for a sorceress. A lot of people, I don't think realize just how terrible it is that you can't move when you're utilizing this ability. Because it makes it so that you're stuck in a bad position to do damage. It only hits one target at a time anyway, and, that's already a big downside. But you have to stand still while you're using it, which makes it into even more of a downside. Now, in recent patches, they have fixed a lot of the issues with the ability. And I have to say that comparatively to what it was before in Diablo 2 Classic, Inferno has come a long way. On a sorceress, which would be utilizing the maximum amount of plus to skills, you can see Inferno says it does about 12,000 damage per second. Now, comparatively, it's not really a lot. If you were to compare it to Firewall, right here, Firewall is doing 33,000 damage per second. And it does it in a way that is a lot more good than frickin' Inferno does. But you can actually use both of them together, so it's kind of weird. So what you would do is you would, cast your Firewall on a target, and then you would cast your Inferno as well, and you could potentially get 2 beads of fire damage on a target at any given time. It's not optimal. The fact that you have to stand still makes it very difficult to actually put the damage out. It takes way too long for the damage to actually reach the target, which half the time means that the monster's already dead by the time your Inferno gets there. Changing targets, like moving around, or if the target is moving at all for whatever reason, like they're not standing still, means that you have to move your Inferno. And as you can clearly see, when you move your Inferno, you're definitely not going to get the full damage. To get the full damage of Inferno, the monster basically has to be standing still, because you have to build the Inferno like this. This is a full stream of Inferno, and this is the full damage. So if we're talking about the damage output of Inferno, if we're saying that it does 11,520 damage per second, this is what we're saying. That this is the equivalent of the 11,520 damage per second. This isn't. This isn't. This is not. This is not. It has to be a full stream constantly hitting the target to dish out the per second damage. Otherwise, you're not getting that 11,000 that it's actually stating. Instead, it's giving you like whatever it is divided by the number of actual effects. And if we go over to the Amazon basin, you'll see that it talks about firing a stream of missiles, applying firing damage as long as the caster continues, right? They're size 1 missiles, right? So they have very, very narrow aiming paths, which means you can very easily miss your target. And then it talks about the actual damage that it does. So the displayed fire damage per second calculated based on bit damage is applied every frame, but actual fire damage is based on bit damage being applied every other frame, which basically means that the damage is actually listed as incorrectly. Now, this was actually fixed, I believe, in patch 2.4. I can't remember all my patch notes. But basically, they changed it so that it actually shows the correct damage or applies the damage correctly. But it still requires that you hit the target with each bit. And that's what Amazon Basin is calling this. So each one of these little fire things is considered just like one attack of the effect. One little bit of the effect. And to get the full effect, you have to attack with the full range of the ability. Now, what could they potentially do to fix this ability? Number one, the size of the missiles needs to change. I think the size of these missiles needs to go up to size 3 missiles, most likely, so that they are much larger and can hit a larger area. In fact, I also think that perhaps making 3 Infernos come out of the target might make this ability a little bit more interesting. For instance, if instead of 1 steady Inferno, imagine it was 3, with 1 going straight and 2 going outward at angles from the first, so that you have like a, kind of like a burning triangle, so to speak, reminiscent of the Deathly Hallows symbol. It would kind of look like the Deathly Hallows symbol without the stone. And if it was 3 Infernos coming out, it might be a little bit more attractive to use, especially since you have to stand still. And I think this is the biggest issue with the ability, is that you have to stand still. Another big issue with the ability is mana regeneration. So it costs 13 mana per second, which is actually a lot. And if you don't actually have a large amount of mana, you can burn through your mana ridiculously fast by using Inferno. Now, later on in the game, when you've beefed up your warmth to its maximum, you've got tons of mana output, you can generally counter the mana cost of the ability easily enough. But at early levels, when you don't really have large amounts of mana and you're having trouble, actually dishing out damage, it doesn't help that Inferno tends to be absolutely terrible to use on any character that doesn't have good mana regeneration. And, for dramatic effect, let's just show this off real quick. So we're going to take off our equipment. I'm going to max out Inferno. And let's see if I can manage to burn through all my mana without warmth. Now, with 1,000 mana, it might be a little bit difficult. Yeah, it's unfortunately going to be a little bit difficult to actually do that with 1,000 mana. And that's kind of the really cool thing about having large amounts of mana, which a lot of people don't realize, is that even without warmth, even without regeneration, even without pretty much anything, just having a large mana pool will give you a pretty significant amount of regeneration. And then, of course, adding in warmth will also help that. Another thing they could potentially do to Inferno to make it a little bit more interesting is give the Sorceress some way to counter the fact that they're stuck standing still. Maybe put like a little fire puddle around them while they're casting the ability. Maybe give them a little bit of a defense bump while they're casting the ability. If you're going to be stuck standing still while you're trying to cast an ability, it would definitely be nice if that ability also gave you some kind of buff defensively to make it a little bit easier to actually stand still using the ability. All in all, Inferno tends to be one of those subpar abilities that's beaten out by everything else. It doesn't do anything special that other abilities don't do. For instance, if you're looking for an AoE ability, Fireball or Meteor is probably a better choice in the fire tree. If you're looking for a very high single target damage ability, Firewall is most likely going to outdamage Inferno by miles. In fact, if you can literally just look at it. If I beef up Fire Mastery here and I beef up Firewall to its maximum, you can clearly see that Firewall's damage output far exceeds Inferno's by double, if not more than double. It's almost triple the damage output of Inferno, and it's the same exact kind of effect. 33,000 damage per second versus 11,000 damage per second, or 11.5. And so it doesn't win in AoE. It doesn't win in single target. It doesn't win in mana cost because most of the abilities have far less mana cost than Inferno. At 13.2, it actually burns really fast. It's very difficult for a lot of these abilities to even come close to the amount of mana that Inferno likes to eat up. Even though Firewall is 66 mana per cast, it also lasts for a really long time. I mean, it sits on the ground and it lasts for a pretty lengthy duration. It goes really far, it hits lots of monsters, and it has a pretty decent amount of damage output. Inferno, on the other hand, hits like 1, maybe 2 monsters in a straight line and eats up 13 mana per second, and you have to sit there and hold it down. And this is another big issue with the ability, is that at least with Firewall, which has a casting delay, I can weave in other skills. So if I wanted to weave in, say, Fireball, just as an example, I can weave in the ability. I can cast this, cast. 1, 2, Firewall, 1, 2, Firewall, 1, 2, Firewall, 1, 2, Firewall. You know what you're doing with Inferno? You're not doing anything with Inferno. You're casting Inferno, and that's all you get. You don't get to weave anything else in. You don't get to cast any other spells, because if you stop casting Inferno, then the damage stops. And then you have to reignite the Inferno. And since it takes nearly 3 seconds to reach the full range for Inferno and dish out the full damage output, you're talking about a 3-second delay in your damage output. Huge gaps, basically, for trying to weave the spells. Unfortunately, I just don't really think Inferno is ever really going to be a good skill, and it's really going to require some serious fixing to ever really get what we might want from it. And even then, I feel like even with buffs and even increasing the damage output, it still might never get better than some of the other options that are available within the same tree. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just yakking about Inferno and talking about how bad it is, which is pretty much all I did the entire time. And yeah, as always, keep watching. Even Blaze beats out Inferno. That's sad. Inferno has a damage output of 11,520 per second, and Blaze has a damage output of 17,569 per second. So even Blaze beats out the damage output of Inferno. Honestly, I think the increasing the missile size and allowing it to cast 3 times is probably the best way to deal with it, especially considering we already have multi-shot Inferno Lords, which can do just that. So if you've never actually seen a multi-shot Inferno Lord, they're not like ridiculously rare, but when they do happen, it does get kind of silly. Like you see 3 Infernos coming out in multiple directions, and it's actually pretty powerful when it's in multi-shot. I've been killed by some multi-shot Inferno Pit Lords before, especially when I have like a lower res cast on me or something like that. It's pretty nasty. Ooh, okay, let's do Blaze, Firewall, and then we'll finally finish it up with Hydra. I'm hoping to get Sorceress finished today, get these uploaded. I got to go to work at 11, so I think we have just enough time to finish if I rush a little bit. Ooh. All right, 3, 2, 1. No. 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today, we're going to be going over the Sorceress spell known as Blaze. Yes, Blaze. Blaze has always been a skill that's been rather unappreciated for, a very long time. And it recently got some love in one of the patches. I think it was 2.4. I could be wrong. But it was definitely a little while ago. And what did they do to it? Well, they turned it into a buff, which was pretty cool. So Blaze now applies a faster run walk speed bonus when you cast it, which kind of is reminiscent of like Sonic the Hedgehog or Flash running so fast that they light the ground on fire, which is pretty funny because that's exactly what it looks like. And on top of this, it has made some interesting changes to some unique items. If you've never actually played around with Inferno Strides, Inferno Stride unique boots, or is it Demon Hide boots? I think it's Demon Hide boots, has a chance to proc Blaze, which carries with it now the increased run speed. Now, you might be thinking, well, and the increase to run speed doesn't really seem that great. I mean, I got a nice pair of boots that's got some decent run speed on it, What do I need all that extra run speed for? Well, it doesn't give you the same amount that your boots do. Your boots' 30% faster walk speed is actually pretty low by comparison. So there's actually two different forms of run walk speed. There's run walk speed on items, and there's run walk speed on skills. Skill run walk speed is actually far more effective than item-based run walk speed, and it means that the run walk speed that Blaze is giving you is actually going to make you run a hell of a lot faster than you think. To give you an example, right now we're currently at maxed out Blaze, which is 90% increased run walk speed. And if I go ahead and throw this on my Sorceress, let's start out with our regular run walk speed, and then let's throw our Blaze on here. And notice now we're freaking booking it. I mean, we are just absolutely booking it. And this is because skill run walk speed is a hell of a lot better than regular run walk speed. Now, I've actually built a couple different characters based off of this, and one of them was actually a character named Sanic the Hoojhag, which actually utilizes all forms of faster run walk and basically takes it to the limit. I mean, literally takes it to the limit. Utilizes basically every single form of faster run walk that he can to the point of absurdity. And Blaze is one of those abilities using the Inferno Strides. And all it takes is one time to get hit. And now I'm running Blaze. And we can get our Frenzy in here. And then before everything is done, as you can see, I am just like a freaking crack cocaine hamster. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I go so fast that I can't even like actually figure out like how fast this is. I can't explain it. I just have to show you guys how fast it is. It's stupid. This isn't even as fast as he goes, by the way. He actually goes faster than this. I actually like cheated him to the utmost to see exactly how fast he could ever possibly go. And there's a couple different ways that this works. But basically, he has to build his frenzy stacks. He needs his blaze and his burst of speed. And after he's done, he looks like this, which is just dumb. It's just absolutely dumb stupid. I'm like 900% sure he's way faster than a 200% teleporting Sorceress at this point. But unfortunately, he does have obstacles to go through, which if he's in a flat land, he can definitely break the record. But this is town, by the way. This is just to show you just how ridiculously fast he is in town. Blaze having this increased attack speed or increased run walk speed has actually kind of changed the ability from less of a damage ability and more into a buff ability. It's even just a 1-point wonder. So at any point, if you wanted to, you could just throw 1 point in this, get your Blaze, use it on occasion when you need some faster run walk to get away from targets. You can use it to escape. You can use it to, get around faster. Believe it or not, I think it actually does work in town, but it has to be cast out of town, if I remember correctly. The fire just doesn't show up. Let me just verify this real quick. So as you can see here, as soon as we go into town, the fire disappears, but we do maintain the actual faster run walk. So one interesting use of this is if, say, you were, I don't know, farming for like 220 or 320 gloves in Rogue Encampment. What you could do is you could actually utilize this to farm a little bit faster. So the first thing you would have to do to farm Rogue Encampment is you're going to have to find a map that has the entrances in the right place. So you definitely don't want the entrances too far away from Charcy or Geed. Preferably you want the one that's up here, but this one will do too. And then you're going to check Charcy for whatever it is that you're checking Charcy for. You're going to run outside. But this is a way that you can make this process even faster because you cast your Blaze while you're outside, and now you have that faster run walk while you're in town, and you can run back and forth even quicker. You could also multiply this by using a Harmony Bow and several other things to increase your faster run walk even faster so that you could get even quicker shopping done. And the uses for Blaze having this is kind of endless. Now, how is it useful as an actual ability? It's not very useful. Unfortunately, it's straight up trumped by Firewall. Firewall is way better damage than it. And even maxed out, even fully synergized, you can see that Blaze only does about 1,756 damage per second. 17,569 damage per second, whereas Firewall does 33,000. So in terms of damage output, it's half, basically, of Firewall. It also doesn't really have the same kind of usefulness in terms of placement. Like, if I'm out in, an area and I'm trying to place Firewall underneath a target, it's actually pretty easy to place Firewall under the target. You just place it under them. But when it comes to Blaze, Blaze comes out of your butt. Like you had a bad Taco Bell night and, you're trying to burn the monsters. Well, you've got to, run by them, or you've got to make them chase you. It's not quite as easy to get Blaze to actually hit the target like you would want. If you have a monster that's chasing you pretty hard, you can use it in a kite formation, which is basically to kite away from the monster and let the monsters be burned by the fire as they chase you. But if the monster is not going to chase you in any way, unfortunately you do kind of have to run around them in a circle to actually get the full damage of Blaze, which makes it rather poor as a damage ability. And as I said earlier, there's definitely higher damage output abilities like Firewall, that, could work better. It does have the same synergy as Firewall, though, so it is important to note that Warmth is the same synergy for Inferno, Blaze, Firewall, and Enchant. So having maximum Warmth definitely allows you to have some pretty crazy regeneration. All in all, Warmth is definitely one of those abilities that acts as a secondary or a pre-buff. It's not really something that you're going to be using as your main ability. You can try to build a Blaze Sorceress, but trust me, you're not going to have a very good time with it. Pretty much just 1-point wonder it and move on. Now, speaking of 1-point wondering it, let's take a look and see what we'd be looking at if we did 1-point wonder it. So with 1 point, I'm still sitting at level 26, which is pretty high. And maxed Fire Mastery, I'm looking at about 3,500 damage per second. And I also get a run walk speed bonus of 54%, which is actually pretty good. The skill-based run walk speed is at 54% is still going to be pretty impressive. So, as you can see here, we're still running pretty fast with that addition. And like I said, you can stack this with other effects. If you have Vigor, you can stack it with that. Also, now there is the Burst of Speed rune words, so you can get Hustle rune words if you really wanted to stack it even further. And before you know it, you might be running around like Sanic the Hoochag. The only real downside to the run walk speed bonus, in my opinion, is just kind of its short duration. It only lasts 18.2 seconds. which I kind of feel like they should bump that up a little bit. I'd like to see the blaze duration last a little bit longer than that so you don't have to spam it so much. Maybe turn it into something that would be a little bit more akin to a pre-buff, kind of like Thunderstorm, which has a pretty long duration by comparison. In fact, if you just put 1 point into Thunderstorm, you'll see the duration on Thunderstorm is 504 seconds, which is pretty hefty. And I don't necessarily think Blaze needs to be 504 seconds, but if it was a little bit better than 18.2 seconds, it could enter in better into pre-buff territory. And, you know, you might have sorceresses casting it on a regular basis just so that they have their pre-buff. I don't think there's much more to talk about when it comes to Blaze. It's a fire skill. It's a buff. It doesn't really do the highest damage output. It's never really going to be the main skill that you use, but it definitely is nice to have 1 point in for the run walk bonus. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're blazing along. And as always, keep blazing. All right, so we got that one finished. And what else do we have here? We also have Firewall and then Hydra. We're pretty close to done. Pretty close. Let's just go ahead and dive right into Firewall. Or actually, you know what? Let me pull up the Doojank real quick on Firewall just to make sure I'm not missing out on anything. I remember most of the information about Firewall from looking it up previously in when it was bugged a while back. I was trying to figure out what the hell was causing it to do so much damage, and I did eventually figure it out, but that bug is gone. Yes. All right. All right, man. It's as I remember. I remembered. Do you remember? All right. Let's get this Firewall out of the way. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the Sorceress abilities, which is known as Firewall. Now, Firewall is a skill that has seen some interesting changes over time. It used to be really OP, then it got nerfed, and then it was really not really that great, and then it kind of got buffed, and then it got nerfed again, and then it got ridiculously buffed to the point where everybody and their mom was using it, and then it got nerfed again, but it was still stronger than it was before. And all of this has to do with the way that Firewall actually applies its damage. And we're going to talk about this today. I think this is the main thing that we need to talk about with Firewall is how does Firewall actually apply its damage? Well, first off, let's go outside and let's actually just cast Firewall so that we can look at the beauty of it. So first off, when you cast Firewall, it spreads out to the left and to the right, and it just does a massive amount of fire on the ground. It doesn't last for a really long period of time. It basically lasts for 3.6 seconds, but it will last long enough that you can cast multiple firewalls on top of each other. Now, one of the really weird things about Firewall is that it's actually comprised of 3 components. And the best way for me to show this is just to cast 3 firewalls and just pretend that this is what we're talking about. So if I cast 1, 2, 3 firewalls, this is basically how Firewall works. So Firewall has 3 components. It has 3 damage, like burning effects. These 3 burning effects will not always hit the same target. So most of the time when you use Firewall, only one of the 3 damage components will actually strike the target. The other 2 will not hit the target. And this has to do with the size of the monster. So size 1 monsters, which are things like these guys, are considered to be the smaller types. So these are little tiny monsters. They don't really take large amounts of damage from Firewall because only 1/3 of the Firewall actually hits the target. This is because of the damage output that's listed on Firewall, which is currently 29,876, is actually based upon this 1/3 principle. So since there are 3 pieces to the Firewall, the damage is actually divided into 3, and you have to actually do that to figure out what your damage output is versus each monster type. So right now I'm dishing 29,000. Let's just round it up to 30,000 damage just for the sake of ease of access, ease of math. And let's divide that into 3. That means that each portion of the Firewall is dishing out 10,000 damage per section. Okay? Which means that versus a size 1 monster, we are dishing out 10,000 damage per second. Versus a size 2 monster, we are dishing out 20,000 damage per second. Versus a size 3 monster, you are going to be dishing out the full damage, which is the 30,000 damage per second. And you can clearly see this if you go and actually attack a size 3 monster. Bosses are size 3 monsters, by the way, and bosses take an insanely large amount of damage from Firewall versus smaller monsters, which take much less. Urdars, Pit Lords, these monsters generally have size 3, so they generally take the largest amount of damage from something like this. They're also immune to fire, though, unfortunately, so let me see if I can find a different size 3 monster. Canyon of the Magi would be size 3. If there's the correct monsters here. Yeah, here we go. So these are size 3 monsters, and the size 3 monsters are going to get the full effect. And for sake of argument, let's take the weapon away from the mercenary so he stops making us look cool. As you can see, the crushers are taking the maximum damage output from the firewall. It's just absolutely destroying them. And this is hell difficulty, by the way. Let's change this to Players 8, if it's not already on Players 8. So we can get an even more dramatic effect here with Firewall. We're going to refresh the zone, just to make sure we've got all Players 8 monsters in the zone. And the reason why I want to do this is because I want to show you kind of the dramatic damage difference between, say, a size 3 monster, a size 2 monster, and a size 1. And that's really what it comes down to with Firewall, because Firewall just does so much different damage depending on the monster. So these are Player 8 crushers, and as you can see, they get absolutely demolished. The Hellslingers are immune to fire, so I can't use those as an example. The Beetles, however, are not, and Beetles, I believe, are size 2, I think? Oh, God. Spear Cats teleport me directly into the Doojank, because I got an Oculus on. Let's go somewhere where there's not Spear Cats, shall we? I believe that Eldritch is a size 2 monster. Let's test on him. So Eldritch should be taking 66% of the damage, or these Enslaves will take 66% of the damage. And as you can see, they definitely don't die as quickly as the Crushers did, but they definitely still die. And then size 1 monsters is going to be things like Fallen, which Fallen are always immune to fire, so we're going to have to find a different target. Lost City should work. There's usually a bunch of size 1 monsters in Lost City. Get out of here. You're not size 1s. You guys are size 2s. I need the small boys. Well, these are size 2s as well. Now, for those of you who might be interested, what was the bug that made Firewall so powerful? Well, the bug that made Firewall so powerful was actually the fact that the number of effects was actually stacking. So it was actually kind of weird because for the longest time, Firewall had always been in a state where it never really applied its full damage except for versus like a boss or something like that, which were size 3 or like Erdars and Pit Lords. But the problem is that, well, in this particular patch, Firewall was actually applying its full damage to any target that it touched. So it was applying the full 33,000 or 30,000 damage to every single monster that it hit. And it was also applying this multiple times if you cast the Firewall on the targets multiple times, which meant that you were dishing out some pretty crazy damage to pretty much anything that you touched with Firewall, even if the Firewall didn't actually hit the target, like, entirely. So, and what do I mean by hit the target entirely? Well, this has to do with the size. So let's talk about this for a second as well, since we can't seem to find any size 1 monsters. If you touch the edge of the Firewall, and this would apply to PvP, by the way, if you touch the edge of the Firewall, if you were to just barely graze the Firewall, like on the very edge of it, you get burned by 1 wall. 1 of the 3 effects. If you run through the Firewall, you're most likely going to get hit by all 3 effects. And this is kind of like comes down to exactly what the problem was with Firewall in this patch. So Firewall was actually applying the full damage even if you just barely grazed the Firewall. Even if like you just kind of like just touched the edge of the Firewall like this. It was still applying all 3 effects to you. And it was a massive hit of damage. And Firewall is actually pretty cool, though. The first thing about Firewall that makes it so amazing, by the way, is just the sheer minimalness of actually building it. It only requires 20, 40, 60 points. And the thing that I really like about Fire Mastery is that Warmth is one of those synergies. Warmth is going to help you with your mana consumption. It's great if you're going to build an energy shield Sorceress. It has a lot of usefulness within the Sorceress as a whole. And building Warmth isn't necessarily a negative. With a lot of other abilities, like, say, Fireball, where you have to build Firebolt, or, you know, like with Frozen Orb, where you have to build Ice Bolt, some of these abilities tend to be rather useless, and you don't actually get good effect from them, right? But Warmth is one of those abilities that, hey, you know, if I have to spend 20 points into this, well, at least I'm getting something really nice out of it. You know what I mean? Which makes Firewall extremely easy to build into hybrid builds, because you only really have to spend 20, 40 points into it, and you get the free mana regeneration from it as well for the extra 20. And that means that no matter what other build you go with, you're going to have really good mana regeneration along with what other hybrid effect you choose. Number 2 is, as you level it up, it starts to go really far, which means it kind of hits a lot of targets, and with a little bit of skill, you can actually do some pretty crazy things with it. Like, for instance, in Arcane Sanctuary, let's say you're running along, and you got this long, straight path. Well, if you cast it this way, that's just not very intelligent. But the big brain move is to cast it like this. Now it goes down the entire pathway, all the way down this pathway, too. And if you do this stuff with Firewall so that you're actually casting it in the correct directions, you can often get like some pretty absolutely insane damage output from it. Like here, you would probably want to cast it like this so that it travels along that pathway, because the monsters might be standing on that particular pathway. And in this way, if you get used to the way that Firewall actually casts, you can cast it in specific areas, getting the highest damage output from the ability. Which is pretty darn cool. It hits a lot of targets, obviously, when it's maxed out. So with that ridiculously high yard radius that it has of 63.3 yards, when you're casting it in places like the Cow level, you know, like Canyon of the Magi, areas that are really big, you can get some really good damage output from the fact that it literally travels off the screen in both directions, which is pretty cool. On top of this, it tends to work really good for anything that stands still, so bosses, big monsters that, you know, aren't really going to, like, come fight you. When you're in situations where you have like archers that don't move very much, or mages that are just standing there in the background, it's very easy to just cast a firewall on them and just forget about their existence. So like, for instance, in this particular case, like say I was going into Chaos Sanctuary, and you're running along and you're fighting the knights. Well, a lot of the times the mages won't move, so you just put a firewall underneath them and you just laugh as they burn to death. They're not going to move out of the firewall anyway, so who cares? And you can just pinpoint target specific monsters with the ability, because more often than not, just one firewall underneath of a monster like that that's not going to move is going to kill them. Same thing here, when you're fighting these monsters that are chasing you, putting it in the right pattern can definitely cause better damage output if you cast it correctly. It takes a little bit of practice, but once you get used to it, you can spread that firewall underneath the entire group as they chase you. All of this comes into handy like as you're building the firewall sorceress, because it just takes a little bit of skill and a little bit of practice before you kind of get everything down. Now, as you're leveling firewall, there is an optimal way to level it, and it involves your skill point distribution. So if we talk about that really quickly, basically what you do is you want to make sure you obviously get warmth early on, because warmth is a level 1 skill. And as you're leveling up, you're eventually going to lead yourself to firewall. You want to max out firewall first, and then after you max out firewall, or you get to level 30, you want to make sure you 1-point wonder fire mastery. And then after you 1-point wonder fire mastery, you're going to want to level up warmth and then fire mastery. And to demonstrate what I mean by this, it's a damage output difference. So for instance, let's reset this again. If I 1-point firewall right here and I max out fire mastery, you notice my damage output is 4,751, which isn't very high. However, if I max out firewall itself, my damage output is 3,110, which isn't super amazing either. So what you're looking to do is you want to make sure you optimally spend your points to level this up so that you get your best output. The best output is going to be like this. 1-point warmth, you're going to max out firewall, you're going to 1-point wonder fire mastery, which is going to give you a really nice 8,277. And if you stack out fire mastery at this particular point, you'll actually get less damage output than if you max out warmth. And I can show you that as well. So max fire mastery is going to give me 12,578, whereas max warmth is going to give me 14,269. So as you can see, there's actually a very specific way to level up the abilities to get the highest damage output from them as you're leveling your character. You definitely always want a 1-point wonder fire mastery, and the more skill plus skills and things you can get, fire mastery will definitely help out better. But increasing the base damage of the skill actually has a stronger effect than leveling up fire mastery early on. Now, of course, you always want to level up fire mastery to max eventually, and that's going to get you to your higher damage output at that point. And the more plus the skills you have, of course, the better this goes, because, well, it just, fire mastery, firewall, both are going to benefit from your plus to skills. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to firewall. It's definitely one of the higher damage output abilities in this tree, but like a lot of the abilities in this tree, it does require that the monsters stand still. It's actually very odd for this tree, is that Firewall really does its best damage when the monsters stand still. Meteor really does its damage best when the monsters stand still. Hydra's really does its best damage when the monsters stand still. It's kind of silly. Same thing with Blaze and same thing with Inferno. You really kind of want the monsters to stand still in one place and actually get hit by the effect, and if you can do that, then the damage output is going to be really nice. But it's just kind of strange that like everything on the fire tree kind of requires the monsters to, you know, like just stand there and burn. You're just like, hey, you, just don't move. Just stand there and burn. Just burn. Good. All right, now sizzle and pop. Alright guys and gals, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos when I'm recording like this, and as always, keep watching. No, I didn't end. I'm recording videos. So I'm actually live recording videos, and you guys caught me right at the end of the video, so I had to end the video so I could talk to you guys. These videos will be uploaded to YouTube after I'm finished. I've already recorded like a trillion of them. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Vendetta. I appreciate it. Freaking raiders over here. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Where is the Lost Ark, actually? I don't know. Are you guys excited for Diablo 4, or are you more excited for Diablo 2? By the way, I'm going to have tons of videos for Diablo 2 coming out soon. I've got like nearly 28, I think, already scheduled, and I'm working on 11 more today. So what is that like? Friggin', I don't know, 30 something. 39? WoW Classic Hardcore. Man, hardcore MMO does not sound appealing to me. That does not sound appealing to me at all. I've done a lot of MMOs in my time. Oh my god, I've done so many MMOs. More MMOs than I think most people probably ever have. And I'm not bragging. That's actually just like a negative. That's like on my resume. It would be like pros, and then it would be cons, and it would be cons would just be he's played way too many MMOs would be underneath of the cons. But like, I can't imagine losing my character. Like, you know how much time and effort you got to spend to level up a character, like deck him out with all the equipment, build up your reputation. You know, like there's so much stuff to do, like to deck out a character to his maximum. Like, I'm not talking about just leveling him from 1 to 60. That's easy. But like, I'm talking about like, you know, building max reputation, getting your crafting up to its maximum, like maximizing your raid gear, like, you know, like just like 100%ing a character on an MMO takes some serious time and effort. I mean, you're talking about years sometimes in terms of like the actual amount of time you might put into a character. And like, I can't imagine losing that character. Now, granted, if you just minimized it, it wouldn't be so bad. You know, if you just level it up, you gear it out, you know, you get them ready for raid content, you know, you get the bare minimum necessities. Like, it wouldn't take you that long, but you also, I don't think I've ever done that in an MMO. I think majority of the time I've always been, you know, full in, you know what I mean? Like full invest on my characters. Final Fantasy 11 specifically, that game. Oh my god, that game took me forever to level up. Level up, gear out, freaking just. Final Fantasy 14 is a little bit easier. I could see a hardcore Final Fantasy 14. That game's not even that hard. A Vendetta raid. Well, you guys are here for the last ability, so we only have one more ability to cover for the Sorceress, and we're finished with the Sorceress's skills and abilities. We're going to be covering Hydra next. Hydra is... it's kind of an odd one, actually. But we're going to do it. Let's get it done. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the last of the Sorceress spells, and that's it. We're finished. I'm actually pretty excited about this. In fact, I think the only class left is the Assassin, and then we're done with all the classes. So today we're going to be going over the Hydra. The Hydra is a very interesting ability that has some pretty interesting problems. We're going to talk about how good it is, and we're also going to talk about how bad it is, both at the same time, because it's both good and bad. Hydra is at its core, just simply a little doojank that you spawn on the ground. He has multiple heads, and he dishes out some pretty decent damage by shooting multiple fire bolts. That's right, fire bolts, not fireballs. Firebolts is the lesser of the two in terms of damage output because fireballs will shoot and they explode in a radial damage, whereas firebolts don't really do any radial damage. And when you cast Hydras, they used to a long time ago. It used to be a big delay between casting them, but they recently changed Hydras so that you can spam them. So you basically just cast them really quickly. There's just a cap on the number of Hydras that you can spawn, and as soon as you reach that maximum number, the previous one disappears. So Hydras basically are now kind of like traps. You deploy them, and then you just move on and let them do their thing. Now, when Hydras are attacking a monster, what they do is they just simply, all three of them will fire bolts. They fire bolts in sequence, so let me see if I can find one monster here. And basically what they do is they go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and they just continually fire their bolts in that way. Now, I don't have them leveled up right now because I'm trying to show off how they attack, and I feel like this is pretty much the best way. You're talking about 3 firebolt attacks from each Hydra head, and of course you can have multiple Hydras. So with 6 total Hydras, you have 3 bolts per Hydra head, and it calculates out to a lot of individual hits that do a pretty decent amount of damage. One of the biggest issues with Hydras, in my opinion, is that they suck at tracking targets. So like, a lot of the times, because of the relatively slow projectile speed, and also the fact that monsters tend to be very fast, they don't really hit targets if the targets are moving. And we were just talking about this last video, how basically all of the skills in the fire tree kind of require the monsters not to move, and Hydra is no exception. If the monster stands still, it does pretty significant damage, but if they're moving around, it has a much harder time actually tracking and hitting the targets. I would really like to see Hydras get some sort of tracking buff in the future to help them track the targets a little bit better, because they're terrible. They're absolutely terrible at tracking targets. Now, synergistically wise, it's not really a huge investment. It only does require 20 points in Hydras, 20 points in Firebolt, 20 points in Fireball, and of course 20 points in Fire Mastery. So it's a total of 20, 40, 60, 80 points, which is not as bad as some of the other skills that have like a 100-point investment, but it's not as good as some of the 60-point investments either. Now, once you get it all capped out and you've got your plus to skills and you've got all your little doojanks running, it actually does some pretty respectable damage at about 4,986 damage. And of course, it's multiplied by the number of Hydras that you have, and eventually it does reach some pretty nice numbers. But again, one of the issues is that if the monsters aren't standing still, it's not going to do very much damage. And this is one of my biggest pet peeves about this particular ability, is that you really kind of need the monsters to just not move, which usually means that you need to not move, because if you're running around, then the monsters are probably going to be running around too. Another big issue with the ability is that it doesn't do well in groups. So the bigger the group, the less effective the Hydras are, to the point of kind of absurdity. Because each Hydra is firing a bolt, and then each head fires its own, with 3 bolts per head and 6 Hydras total, you end up with a pretty silly amount of bolts of 3 times 6, and then they fire like multiple bolts per second, so you end up with some pretty crazy bolts. Let's just say like 3. You end up with like 54 bolts in the air at any given time, which is kind of insane, and every single bolt has to hit the target to actually dish out the kind of damage that you're looking for. And this is one of the biggest issues with this build, is that if you don't have all of the bolts hitting a target, things kind of go pear-shaped pretty fast. Most notably is places like the cow level. So when you go into the cow level on a Hydra Sorceress, and you have all these monsters, all these ridiculously large number of cows that are charging you in a line, what you end up with is a very odd situation where the Hydras are dishing out pretty decent damage, and they could take out 1 or 2 cows, or maybe even 3 or 4 cows, particularly easy. But when they try and take out a group of cows, this is where things get particularly nasty. And let me see if I can show you this real quick. Let's go ahead and grab our leg. Doot. my infinity pole arm back on the mercenary.
Good day.
I bet you guys didn't know you could do this.
I'll put that to good use.
And it actually works. You can drag items to the portrait and put them on the mercenary that way. It's actually pretty interesting. Alright, so let's grab a Tome of Town of Portalis. And we go find some cows. Now, if you're fighting just a small number of cows, it tends to do okay. It can focus fire 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 cows fairly easily. But when you get into the really big groups of cows, like, which is how most people like to kill cows, you know, big groups of Javazons, big groups of various mosaic sins and things like that, and you start to get these really big groups of cows, this is where Hydras really start to not do as well. Because they're only dishing out damage to single targets. And they have to dish out their damage, you know, to whatever is nearby. They don't always attack the same target, so you'll only have maybe 1 or 2 Hydras attacking a particular target at a particular time, and things just don't work out as well with large groups. Hydras, however, did get a buff recently, and I feel like we should probably talk about that as well, is that their single target damage actually went up. And to display their single target damage, I think the easiest way to do this would be to pull out a Uber Diablo. Let's see if we can pull out an Uber Diablo real quick. I know there's probably a Soj on one of these people. Yes, we got a Soj right here. Alright, so we're going to sell this to the NPC, and then we're going to bring out Uber Diablo for the fun of it. Now, P8 Uber Diablo is a little too spicy for an Hydra build. We're probably not going to be able to do P8 Uber Diablo unless I get some very specific equipment. So instead, we're going to run P1 Uber Diablo. Now, Uber Diablo generally tends to stay pretty still. But the problem with him is he does have some pretty extreme regeneration. And even with the regeneration that Uber Diablo has, which is the reason why I chose him, you notice that the Hydras are still able to burn through his regeneration, which is pretty impressive, or at least it should be if you know how fast he regenerates. So players 1 Uber Diablo, you don't even have to cancel out his regeneration, because the Hydras are capable of burning through his regeneration damage-wise. But that's only single target, and this is where the Hydras really excel, is their single target damage output. When all 6 Hydras are attacking the same target, when that target is standing still, that's where the damage output is the best. And of course, he managed to cage me and kill me. Now, if you add in some negative regeneration, you can actually kill P1 Uber Diablo fairly fast. It's actually really easy to do, by the way. All you really need is an edge bow. Which is one of the cheapest rune words to make, by the way. So what you do is you grab something like... I think she actually has an edge bow on her. Yes, she does. Let me go grab this edge bow real quick so we can utilize this for the test. Of course, I'd have to actually respawn Uber Diablo, which I don't have another Soj. So we'll have to save that for another day. However, just adding in the mercenary has a pretty huge effect as well. Negative resistance, of course, always has a pretty big effect on the outcome. But it's interesting to note that the next hit delay changes that recently were added in with 2.7 made something very odd happen with the Hydra. So it used to be a long time ago that Hydras would interfere with other Hydras, which was kind of odd. And I don't really know why the hell that even happened. But if you look at the next hit delay list, there actually is a listing for the Hydras on the next hit delay calculator. It is called... Been a little while since I pulled it up. It's called like Dragon Flame Head or something like that. I can't remember the exact way that it was stated. But because of that, the single target damage on the ability actually increased pretty dramatically. Because instead of interfering with each other like they were doing before, all of the Hydras can now hit the target at the same time. And this means that each individual Hydra, while it might be able to interfere with itself, can't interfere with the other five Hydras. So the damage output of the single target attacks for Hydras was actually increased about 5 times what it normally is. And I never even knew that Hydras had an X-hit delay event. But upon testing this, and if you want to check this out, I actually do have a patch 2.7 testing video where we actually were able to kill players 8 Diablo with Hydras, by the way. Just Hydras. We didn't test anything else out in the scenario. Now, in normal situations, you would utilize static. You would utilize maybe things like Meteor or Fireball or something to go along with the effects. It wouldn't just be Hydras. But what we wanted to see was, can we kill players 8 Diablo with only Hydras? And the buff to Hydras actually did make it possible. Players 8 Uber Diablo has a lot more health and is a lot tankier than P1 Uber Diablo, and the regeneration is pretty awful. I did utilize an edge bow to cancel that regeneration, by the way. So I utilized the edge bow to cancel the regeneration and then spammed him with Hydras, and he did eventually die. I think it took like a couple minutes, but it was doable. I definitely think it would have went a lot faster if I threw in a couple of meteors, a couple of fireballs, some static field and things like that. But the test wasn't really to see how well static field worked. The test wasn't to see, how well meteor worked. We already know how well that stuff works. We just wanted to see how well Hydras had been increased in damage over before. Unfortunately, though, even with the damage output increase on Hydras, they still tend to be very subpar damage-wise when you're dealing with large groups of monsters, as I demonstrated with the cow level earlier. And it's really just a matter of them only being able to hit one target at a time with each fire bolt. I actually would kind of like to see a change to Hydras, and it's a really simple one. I would like to see them change it from Firebolt to Fireball, and maybe decrease the damage a little bit. This would allow Hydras to be a little bit more AoE damage and a little less single target. Their single target damage is already amazing, and I don't think anybody is questioning that. But their AoE damage, their multi-target damage output is god-awful bad. Like, it gets to the point where if there's too many monsters on the screen, the Hydras are basically doing nothing. And it's quite sad. But a change from the Hydras from Firebolt to Fireball could possibly be exactly what Hydras need to kind of branch out into a more useful situation where they're not just, completely useless in certain situations like, cow level when there's tons of monsters around. All in all, Hydra is definitely one of those interesting abilities, and the changes recently have definitely made it better. Damage-wise, it has been increased pretty significantly. The ability to cast 6 Hydras very quickly has definitely made it a lot easier to just drop them like bombs. So before, I'm not sure if you guys remember from before, but it was a lot like this. It was like cast 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 Like, it was pretty rough. Like, casting a full thing of Hydras required some pretty serious dedication to holding down the button for a rather long period of time to actually get those Hydras all up on the screen at any given point. And then by the time you finished casting all of your Hydras, the first one was then disappearing. And so it basically required you to hold the Hydra button down all the time to keep those Hydras up on the field. And now that they've changed it to more like a bomb drop where you can literally just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can cast them all that quickly, it allows you to weave in other spells a lot easier now. So if you do want to build Hydra along with something else, like a Hydra Fireball or Hydra Meteor or something along those lines, it's actually something that's really quite doable at this point, because you can very easily cast your 6 Hydras within a very quick period of time, and then start working on whatever the other spell is that you want. And you can get off a considerably large number of those spells before the first one starts to disappear, recast your Hydras, and then start casting your Fireballs again. It has turned the ability from kind of something that nobody really used into an ability that actually has some actual usefulness now. With a couple more tweaks, hopefully in the future, maybe Hydras will hit the point where they will be a lot more popular than they are now, but as it is, they're kind of a subpar skill that has limited usefulness in big group scenarios. I think that's pretty much it for Hydra. There's really not a lot more to go over with this particular ability. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, so that's the last video for the Sorceress. We are done. Crymore TTV said, how do you give your mercenary a potion? I don't know if I have a controller sitting around that I can hook up to my PC. But basically it involves pressing a specific button combination. There's a button that you hold. I can't remember the exact button it is. I think it's one of the triggers. You hold that button before you use your potion, and it will give the potion to the mercenary instead. I can't remember the button right off the top of my head. So your belt slots are your D-pad, right? I'm pretty sure it's that one right there, the skill toggle. I think it's the skill toggle. What you do is you hold that button down when you press the belt slot, or it's one of those buttons. You hold that down when you press the belt slot, and it will give it to the mercenary instead. I'm pretty sure. Alright, guys and gals, I have to go to work, unfortunately. I need to get some scans in for my boss, and I need to get ready for this week because, unfortunately, you know, we've got a really big week coming, right? So I need to get some prep work done, get some things finished at work now, so that I don't have to do them later, and that way I won't have to worry about them later when it comes to Diablo 4 launch. By the way, I took vacation off for Diablo 4 launch, but not this week. I took next week because it works out better that way. I get more days in Diablo 4 if I take the vacation off next week, not this week. Check out my new video on Diablo 4 if you haven't yet. I did a video on real money trade. If you guys are interested in that, I talk about gold sellers. I actually pull up an actual gold seller's website and take a look at, well, you know, the things that they're offering for Diablo 4 at this particular point. It's kind of interesting to learn a little bit about that kind of stuff because, you know, it's something that's going to affect their economy as a whole. Like, what are the bots farming? Like, why does this particular item not have any value? You know, what's the hot commodity, so to speak? What is everybody purchasing? My bet is on gold. That's my bet. Diablo 4 has a lot of things going for it, but the gold seemed to be kind of hard to come by. And I think we'll see a lot of people purchasing and selling gold on Diablo 4 because they've got everything tied into gold. Upgrading items is tied into gold. Socketing items is tied into gold. Removing gems is tied into gold. You know, taking legendaries off of items, re-rolling effects, respecking your character. Like, it's tons and tons and tons of stuff when it comes to gold. As far as I know, you're not going to be able to purchase aspects, but when we played beta, there were some that were purchasable. And we don't know exactly why that is. So some of them were account bound and some of them were not account bound. And I don't know if that's always going to be that way or if it was just a beta glitch, but there were definitely some legendary items that were account bound and some that weren't. So I guess we'll have to wait until the launch of the game to figure that out. And if there's still legendary items that are not account bound when we get into the full game, then I'm guessing that's just the way it's going to be. I don't think they've really solidified it, to be honest. I think that might be part of the issue, is that in Diablo 4, I think they're still trying to figure out what they want to be account bound and what they don't want to be account bound. I don't think they want to lock down the system entirely, but it does seem like they're going to be restricting some of the I guess, more valuable items within the game will probably be account bound. You know, which, I mean, it's both a good thing and a bad thing, but it's neither here nor there. I guess we'll find out. There's a lot of stuff we're going to be finding out. And that's one thing that I'll tell you guys. I actually had a comment about this earlier. There was a guy who posted on one of my videos, and he's like, do you have any like mechanic videos and things like that? Things that tell me, you know, like what kind of, you know, like what kind of skills to choose and like why I would choose a specific ability. He's like, I want to learn how to play the game. He's like, I don't want somebody to just tell me how to play. I don't want them to just tell me what abilities to put my points into. He goes, I want somebody who's actually going to, like, you know, tell me why that's a good thing, and so that I can make my own choices and do my own things, right? Well, this is the right channel for that. For those of you who are unaware, I don't like doing build videos. I don't like telling you guys how to make your characters. I don't like telling you guys how to build your stuff. I'm going to go over the mechanics with you. I'm going to talk about how things work. I'm going to teach you, like, the terminology and all that stuff. And, you know, you can learn with me, too. That's another very important thing. So, like, as of right now, I know a decent amount about Diablo 4, but I could still consider myself a novice at best. And as I stream and as I play Diablo 4 and as we level up and our kinship levels up and we start fighting bosses and things like that, we are going to be learning. And if you guys are watching my live streams, if you guys are following along with me, you guys are going to be learning right alongside me. And as I learn, you learn, and as you learn, I learn, because I will take advice from you guys in chat as well. And eventually it'll get to the point where I learn enough information that I can start teaching you guys and making videos on mechanics and things like that. And I will. There's going to be tons of freaking videos coming out for Diablo 4. So blah, blah, blah. But I also have tons of videos on Diablo 2 as well. As you can see, I'm trying to get quite a few videos set up for Diablo 2 right now. As of this particular moment, with the inclusion of the videos that I currently have recorded, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12 videos there. And then earlier I recorded, I think, 28 videos. Let's see, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38 videos coming in, well, over the month. I've got to upload them, title them, thumbnail them, everything in the world. So, like, we've got 38 Diablo 2 videos coming. So whatever's coming with Diablo 4, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be making Diablo 4 videos as well. Expect that. But we also have 38 Diablo 2 videos coming in the next month as well. So it's not like I'm completely ignoring the game. Although we're probably not going to be playing a lot of live streams of Diablo 2 Resurrected. Not until I've got my fill of Diablo 4. I also plan on finishing the Assassin series, by the way. So all of the classes at this point, with the exception of the assassin, have been finished. I actually have a list here of the abilities left for the assassin. So I just finished the sorceress, but right now, as of this moment, I currently have Claw Mastery, Psychic Hammer, Mind Blast, not Mind Blaze, Mind Blast, Cloak of Shadows, Fire Blast, Shock Web, Charged Bolt Sentry, Lightning Sentry, Death Sentry, Wake of Fire, Wake of Inferno, Blade Sentinel, and Blade Shield. I also tentatively want to remake Blade Furies, because they did do a lot of changes to Blade Fury, and it kind of does need a remake. But if we do remake that one, it'll probably have a patch note version or something on it to indicate the changes. But Assassin is the only one left, and those are the only skills that I have left on the Assassin right now. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these. I'm going to head off for the night. I got to get to work. As always, keep watching.